Hey you guys. I know it's been a little bit since I've jumped on my own live, but you know what? I've got a little bit of free time on my hands right now, and I can't just, sit back and watch people attempt to talk about things that they have no idea about, especially when it comes to Nostradamus. Come on, you guys. I mean, that's like one of my passions. I've got 14 years of research on some of the most fascinating yet compelling secrets that the society holds. So, if you think I'm going live to be triggered, start drama, be emotional, threaten war, anything like that, you're sadly mistaken. Um, when I tell you that I have learned from the best, I'm not kidding. I have. I've learned from the best, and I know how the game is played now. So I know the behavioral patterns that one will show to trigger you, and I'm no longer triggered. You would think I would be, right? Especially because, it always happens when I'm really down. Like I just lost my job, and I love that job. Keep in mind that the environment was incredibly toxic, but I did love it. It was my own piece of security that I created for myself that I earned all on my own. I didn't have anybody hand that to me. So the fact that I lost that job after a year, it hurts. It had to be done though, because there was no way I could change that place for the better. I was trying so hard, but it was just impossible. Um, but I will say I do notice this. I notice that when I'm going through a really hard time, that's when people will target me the most. And in the past, that is when I would lash out. That is when I would make it very emotional. That is when I would start replying back to things that should not have been replied to. I've got people coming at me from all sides. And I can tell you this, I'm curled up in my little bed right now, cozy. It's Saturday. I mean, if I didn't have such bad vertigo right now with my ear, I probably would be getting ready to go out and see some friends. But I'm telling you, I have learned from the best and from the very person that taught me how not to be triggered. He's now trying to trigger me, and it's not working. Am I a little sad? Yeah, I am. I'm a little sad, but that's okay. Everything, happens for a reason. But what I want to do say is that when it comes to talking about aliens, conspiracies, the thrill of the chase, the psychological patterns, behavioral patterns, all of that, that's my forte. That is my topic of discussion. So I welcome everyone to jump on in and discuss what they think is going on right now. Because I've noticed as it gets closer to the end of summer, a lot of people are being triggered, and it's not me. I'll tell you that much right now. And from what I've seen in the past years, every time something's about to go down, there is a lot of drama, there's a lot of commotion, there's a lot of pointing fingers, it's a lot of chaos. Chaos and embroidery, right? Well, I'll tell you this, I'm embroidery. I'm not going to be in the chaos whatsoever. But I do find it so entertaining to see how this keeps occurring. It's like it I don't even know how to explain it. It just happens like clockwork every year, the same time, every year. Someone's always mad. Someone's always throwing someone under the bus. There's betrayals, there's secrets, there's blackmail. There's so much drama, right? Threatening to sue people. It's like a script. And it's so funny to say that because I know it's gonna like, it's like a beacon. Saying this is like a script is like a beacon for Shy Guy and all these other people that believe, oh, they're the chosen ones and all this other stuff. And another pattern that I've discovered for these people, they all truly believe that they have things figured out. I'm not saying that they're enjoying the chase or anything like that. I'm saying they think they're the chosen ones. They think that they have been wronged, that there are certain people in their way preventing them from the title. Um, I think my favorite so far has been the allegation that Forrest didn't even create any of this, that Douglas Preston was the one that created it. That is probably my most favorite allegation. What I will say is that, in my opinion, my theory is that Forrest is obviously the mastermind behind the thrill of the chase, but he did have help. That is just my own theory. I don't have any evidence or supporting evidence. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's factual, because it's not. I'm saying my theory is that the thrill of the chase wasn't just a little treasure hunt to get you to go with your family out to the mountains and, look for a box of gold. It goes so much deeper than that. And I know that's a very dangerous topic to be around because you've got a lot of people in this community that are under the influence of all these crazy conspiracies. But what's so wild about it is that when it comes to societies and the government, sometimes those crazy theories are backed up. Like there is a method to the madness, per se. So when you see people talking about like the FBI, the CIA, all that other stuff, in my opinion, yeah, it, that's a huge factor in it. Um, it's my channel, so I get to talk about whatever I want. And in a second, I'll put the Zoom link in. Anyone can join. But there's so much like I wish I could just sit here and talk about everything that I've consumed and learned over the past like 14 years, but I don't know how to do it. I've been trying for a few years to like slowly try and give you details of what I've been connecting, what I found, what it leads to. And there's really like, I don't know how to do it. I really do not know how to do it. And I'm not saying that you guys wouldn't understand it. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I don't know how to break it down in layman's terms to really show you the depth in which this rabbit hole goes. When Forrest said how deep is a hole, he wasn't kidding, honestly. And please keep in mind, take this all with a grain of salt. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, my word is, key, or like everything that I'm saying, you have to abide by. Look, believe me or don't believe me. That's completely fine. But the one thing that I love the most about Fenn and his chase was that people would come together and share their thoughts. They would share their research and they would contribute to those rabbit holes. That was the reason why I made my channel. And that is the reason why I'm still here. Because I'm not here to figure out if the 9 clues led to a fishing hole in the middle of Yellowstone National Park. I am here to see the behavioral patterns of the people in this chase community and the extremes that they will go to justify their gratification and their egos pertaining to title to the gold. I can tell you 1,001%, I am not one of those people. I don't care about title to the gold. I don't care about notoriety or anything like that. What I care about is the story and understanding how it was created. That is another reason why when I joined the chase and I started working on the thrill of the chase, I discovered that I'm really good at creating treasure hunts. It was a passion that was brought on by Force Fenn, and it was basically like a, oh my god, what's the word for it? A tribute to him. And I was lucky enough to be able to create a few treasure hunts when he was still alive. And I sent him a few of my ideas, and he really liked them. I remember I was actually emailing him back and forth right before the end of the Fenn finale, right? And I was asking him, like, hey, I want to do something cool for people while we're out there. I want to do a really cool treasure hunt. What would you suggest? And he was so funny. He talked about like newspapers and little riddles and stuff. But I ended up doing this really cool thing that was actually solved by Bobby D. I remember like we were all hanging out at the bar, drinking, having so much fun in West Yellowstone. And the whole treasure hunt that I created was about the bear paws in the it's like a tour you can do in West Yellowstone, and it takes you like on this historic walking tour with these little bear claws that would teach you about Yellowstone and the town of West Yellowstone, things like that. And he ended up solving it. I thought it was so cool. So I think the prize was like a couple $100s. I ended up giving it to him, but it was like nighttime and he's taking all his friends out. I remember he took out what was it, Nemo and Sam, USA China. And they were like walking around in the cold, following these bear footprints. It was so funny, but they loved it. They had a lot of fun. And that's what the thrill of the chase means to me. It's not these psychological wars between other people. It's not pretending to be genuine to earn someone's trust and tear them down. Kind of like um, a Trojan horse. I don't understand that tactical move, and I don't approve of it. I think when you say you're there for someone and you want to be there to listen to them, especially at their darkest times, you do not take that and use that against them. That is one of the most saddest things a person can do to somebody, especially someone that claims to not follow societal standards, right? Why would you pretend to be someone's not friend? I would never say friend, but why would you pretend to care about someone and then while they are at their weakest, use those weakest points to break them down even further? That is not what a person does. I don't care if you're my biggest enemy. I don't care. I would never do that to you, ever. And I think that a lot of people are missing the bigger picture when it comes to the thrill of the chase. And it's not about being right. And it's not about tearing a person down to prove you're right. I think that is probably one of the lowest things a person can do. And it's funny when you go live and you talk about, going against the grain, not, being with societal standards and things like that. But then you turn around and act exactly like that. You hide in the shadows, you wear a mask, and you pretend to care about someone, all so that you could tear them down. That is contradicting in and of itself about the very things you preach. So when I see people talking about low vibration and things like that, I feel like you're self projecting. You are honestly self projecting. You are trying to justify the choices that you are making in life and in the thrill of the chase and pretending that what you're doing is okay because in your mind, from your point of view, you see these people as the enemy. And whether they are the enemy or not, you still should not do the things that you're doing and justify them. I mean, yeah, I get it. People are going to think I'm going to freak out because I got, hidden in streets chat and I can't go on Zoom. I'm not. I'm sad. I will genuinely say I'm heartbroken because I like talking about aliens and conspiracies and all this other stuff, especially, when I'm going through a hard time. But come on, I know what this game is. I know what it is. I know that all of this is trying to trigger me to respond in a way where it's going to be like, see, I told you so. And I'm telling you, it's not happening anymore. Like, I have gone through hell and back in this community with people that I trusted over and over and over again. And you just get to a point in your life where you just aren't going to respond in that way anymore. You finally become wise enough to understand and see people for who they truly are. And you start to realize that no matter how ugly people are to you in this world, As long as you stay true to yourself and you do not change who you are and you stay compassionate and genuine, it's not going to matter. It will never matter because you cannot break a person that still believes in the goodness of people. Okay, that's all I have to say. Because I mean, yeah, I've gone through a lot of shit, a lot of shit. I'm still going through a lot of shit, but that's not going to break me. I've already been through so much in the past couple of years, and I still have not let it break me. I have lost love. I have been betrayed. I have been exposed. I have been humiliated. I have been stalked. I have been threatened. I have been everything you can think of. I have been abandoned. I have been left alone, and I'm still not breaking. So if you think that a couple of men choosing to cast me out from a little Zoom chat is going to break me, it's not. And I will say this, I was 100% going to, try and be helpful and support, but I'm not anymore. Good luck trying to figure whatever you're trying to figure out because you're on your own, buddy. As soon as you put your mind to it, the chase adults. Speaking of conspiracies, today is this postmark date without a year. Ooh, I like that moisturize. See, I love stuff like that. Ah, I knew Hooli. I knew you meant dolts. So funny. Yeah, like that's the stuff I'm not understanding is these people that we admire and look to because we want to believe that they are here to support and give us information and things. I find it so heartbreaking that it always turns into a war about egos, a war about, he said, she said, I'm in the right, you're in the wrong. And don't forget that me saying this is very hypocritical because in the past, I was that person. I was someone that was so emotionally triggered and I was blindsided from what was right from wrong. I just truly believed the people that I had in my inner circle were victims and that they needed to be defended. That is one of my biggest, I would say it's one of my biggest attributes, but also one of my biggest downfalls is that I am so loyal to the people that I love that it turns me blind. Okay, I will admit that. But I still will never betray someone or expose them or manipulate them. I will never do that. And that is why I am so proud of who I am now versus who I used to be. Because you guys witnessed it for years. You saw it's so heartbreaking, honestly. When I first started this channel, or not this channel, the Chasing Indie channel, I was so innocent and so oblivious to the politics that occur in this community. And it was so funny because I started that channel because I was so sad and alone and heartbroken from being with someone who did not love me. He just wanted to own me. He wanted to keep me locked up in a cage. And the thrill of the chase was that freedom for me. And what's funny is that freedom was also my downfall. It's an oxymoron, honestly. But I remember the reason why I loved it so much when I first started it is because I was just so passionate about sharing my thoughts and the things that I discovered in my research. And that's why that's a huge element in all the treasure hunts that I built. It's something where you can just go somewhere when you are so sad, so heartbroken, when you feel like you have nothing left. You could go down these historic rabbit holes or these fairy tale rabbit holes, whichever rabbit hole you find yourself in, and you can just distract your mind for a bit. That was one of the favorite things about the chase. And so when I first started the channel, I remember I was like so shy and I didn't even do lives yet. I was just like, hey, I've got these really cool ideas and this information I want to like put out to the world to help people find this. And I was one of those people that never hid her information. You know how everyone else would be like, "Oh, what state do you think the treasure's in?" And they wouldn't even tell you because they were like, "Oh yeah, if I tell you an entire state, you're gonna go find it." Like it used to crack me up, let alone people being like, "Oh yeah, this is my solver, this is my area." I would be like, "You guys, this makes sense. See if this applies to your solution, and if I have something that could help build your solution, let me know." Like that is something that I've always done and I will always do. And I remember I started doing these like really cool videos. It would take me like 1 to 2 days, honestly. And this is during the time of COVID, by the way. And I would make these really cool videos with like little picture slides. I used to do, what was it? I forgot the app I used to use to do it, but it was really cool. And I would do voiceovers. So back when this first started, nobody knew what I looked like, right? I was just super shy. I did not want to be on camera at all. And I would just make these really cool videos. And the first one I ever did was the anagram by taking the Thrill the Chase, a memoir by Forrest Fenn, and I anagrammed it to create the Firehole Halts at Home Sea Rim. That was like one of the coolest things I ever discovered. And I was so excited and passionate about it because you like sit there and you're like working on a treasure hunt slash poem. And it says, begin it where warm waters halt, right? Like that's the starting point. Where do warm waters halt? And this anagram, that the secret message that I found in the title of the book itself, you know, it said, the firehole halts at home, sea rim. And I'm like, wait, what? So it's telling you that the warm waters is the fire hole? And then it even says like it halts at home. And then it even says, put in below the home of brown. Like I remember I was so in love with that discovery. And that is like the coolest thing that I ever found aside from Soldier Stone. So, anyways, I made these really cool videos with voiceovers and I would send them to Fenn and he would love them. He absolutely loved all the videos I sent him. And one day he was like, you need to be on camera. I was like, what? No, I'm so shy. I don't want to do it. He's like, no, trust me. You're doing a disservice to me and your community. You need to get yourself on camera. Mind you, I barely had anybody. I remember when I got my first 100 subscribers, I was like crying over the moon. I'm like, oh my God, 100 people care about my thoughts. This is the coolest thing I've ever freaking experienced. And so I made like couple more, and all of a sudden I started like building, and I wasn't even live or on video yet. I was just making cool videos with voiceovers, kind of like Matt Smell Sunshine. So one day, Fenn's like, I got an idea. You should do this. And then I remember I sent him a picture where I was hiding, my eyes were hiding behind the title, The Thrill of the Chase. And he was like, that needs to be your logo. Like, this is your logo. You have to do this. And when I was figuring out the marketing for my channel and everything, I went through different names. I remember the first one I ever made was the Imagination Channel, Treasures New and Old. And it was like the longest title ever, like ever. And every time someone would try to tag me in chat or something, they'd be like, Candy, this name is so long. I don't know what to do with it. So I would do that. And then I was like, oh, stashes and caches. That's really cool, And I was going through that. And then what was funny is I started going live and I had like I think 5 people in my chat watching me when I was live, and I was like so excited about it. I was like, "Oh my God, this is girl, hi!" And it's COVID, right? So you had nowhere to go. All we had was like basically getting buzzed at home and going live. That was the time of COVID. So I started to create panels, and I remember I got invited on Christy and Mike's panel, and they were like really big, just like AGK. And I remember Toby when I was at the Fenbury in 2019. I was talking to him, and he was like, "Hey, you've got a really great voice and presence. You should start your own channel." And I was like, "Yeah, Ben told me to do that, but I'm afraid." Anyways, they were super supportive and nice. And anytime I would call into Toby and Shelly's channel for AGK, they would let me go on and talk about it, and he'd promote my channel, like this little baby channel. He'd be like, "Hey, go support her. This girl's got this going on." And it was like so much fun. And so all of a sudden I've got these people coming into my Zoom. I like figured that out. Did you ever anagram the Rice sequel? No, Huli, I did not. But you know what? I think Miriam probably could because she's like the anagram queen. I know, I think it was her. It may have been someone else. If you took, I think it was the first stanza from the poem, it said, find the chest hidden in Southwest Montana. Um, oh my God. Lions Bridge, a place where I now heal. I think it was find the chest hidden in Southwest Montana, something creek near Lions Bridge, a place where I now heal. I don't remember the whole thing, but I have it written down somewhere. That's the thing. That's why I love this chase and this puzzle because there is so many layers to it. There, you cannot explain to me why there are so many things that people find within the just the poem and the titles, and there's so many things. And that's why I wholeheartedly will say this wasn't just a man that wanted to make a little treasure hunt for people to go out into the wilderness to find. This has CIA, FBI, like whatever you want to call it, secret societies written all over it. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. I'm saying it's a psychological masterpiece. And that's why I love it so much. I mean, the whole reason why I do the things that I do and why I'm still here is because it's psychological mind fuck, basically, excuse my language this time around. But it is. It has you continuously saying like what, why, how, when, where. Like I know, Huli, I was not into anagrams either, but I remember listening to an interview Fenn did, and he said the aberrations lived out on the edge, right? And then what else did he say? Because even in the video I created, I was like, aberrations that live out on the edge, right? What's more than the edge? And then he said, like, if you don't know where to start, go back to the beginning. And I was like, well, what's more beginning than the book title itself, you know? And so I never tried to figure out Rice sequel, but then that's another thing that you have to keep into consideration. The Rice sequel, Holden Caulfield, Catcher in the Rye, what was it all about? And I've read that book a few times. I would definitely recommend listening to it in audiobook. It's a lot more I don't know about you, but when I was a kid and I had like a spelling test or a spelling bee, my mom would tell me see it, say it, hear it, right? And that's what you need to do is like you see it, then you say it so you could hear it. And that helps you really derive that into your memory. And the Rice sequel, the most, the great point I could say about that book and how it pertains to Fenn's story in the Thrill of the Chase is about Holden Caulfield never being the same again because of the death of his brother. The fact that he lost his brother changed his entire outlook on life, right? And Forrest always said that the chapters were not in order. That's another trippy thing that I feel like not, well, I'm not saying not many of us, but from my understanding, not many people really focus on that. Is why would he tell you the chapters aren't in order? I feel like a puzzle maker telling you the chapters aren't in order is telling you a hint, as in you need to figure out how to put the chapters in order. And I don't think it's based on age or anything like that. But I do remember when I was poking around one of those years, I discovered that the chapters were actually in correlation to the seven ages of man. So I actually started doing a video on this back before I started going live. I have a few that are still like, I think I still have the app. I don't remember where I put it, but they're just like, in drafts. And I completed like half of them, but I never posted them. And it's the seven ages of man. Shakespeare and the hero's journey and all that other fun stuff. I know I called into AGK like a few times and talked about that. And then the Brownian motion for the warm waters and how the warmer the water, fish can't breathe because the oxygen, right? So in order to have really good fishing waters, it needs to be ice cold. That's Brownian motion. I called in and talked about that a lot. I called in and talked about a lot of really cool theories and ideas. That's why I loved it. And I just I miss that. I feel like we don't have that anymore. All we have nowadays are people fighting over their solutions, people insulting others, saying that I know more than you know nothing. People claiming that they're the chosen ones and they've been robbed of their opportunities. And it's not just coming together and having a good old conversation and laughing at the fact that Candy thinks this fish looks like Fenn. Like, I miss those days so much. And it's so crazy when people say, like, you need to live in the moment and appreciate it for what it is because it'll be gone. And being as young as I was so naive. I never thought, oh, yeah, everything can change. I never thought that. I don't know why. I can't explain it, but I never thought this isn't going to last forever. Like the fact that everything is continuously changing freaks me out. And like just last year alone, I was in Arizona and then I went to Huntington Beach for 4th of July and I was surrounded by people that I thought loved me and I was having so much fun and I was so happy. And then you fast forward a year and you find out that those very people that you thought loved you and that you trusted more than anything were the ones that betrayed you. And now they're the ones getting married to the man that you thought you were in love with. And they're celebrating 4th of July with him. And you're at home alone crying because you trusted the wrong people. But I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming myself. I'm taking full accountability for my actions and for me trusting the wrong people. Because I honestly always want to believe in the best in people. And whenever I see a red flag or someone treats me wrong, I want to believe that, oh, maybe I'm just misconstruing them, or maybe there's something more to it. Maybe they're having a bad day. There's no way someone could truly hate someone to the point that they could treat them this way. And it happens. And I'm not saying I'm not at fault. I am saying that I am slowly starting to understand and learn who to actually spend my time on versus who to run away from. So it's fascinating. But I do miss the days where we used to all hang out and talk about the thrill of the chase, and Fenn would be in chat watching. Like that was another thing that I absolutely loved is that either Fenn would email me or I would email him and be like, "Hey, I'm about to go live." And he would be like, "Okay, send me a link." So I would send him the link to my live, not to join the live, but to watch the live, right? And he would literally be in there watching. And I would be on there for a few hours at a time. And it's just so funny because, like, I remember one time, I think this was when I did the interview for Dale and Cynthia. Yeah, it was. So I was really sick at the time and I didn't want to do my hair. So I put on a pink wig, right? I was like, yeah, this looks cool, pink wig. Like I was deciding too if I wanted to dye my hair pink or not. So while I'm interviewing Dale and Cynthia, that's watching, I'm wearing a pink wig. And Dale's like, oh, interesting hair. All right. Well, the next morning I wake up to an email from Ben and he's like, I think my most favorite thing was your pink hair. Like he complimented my pink wig hair. It was so funny. I have the email somewhere. I'll show it to you. Oh man, that was like one of my most favorite things in the chase. Second was laughing my butt off with Huli, Adam, Christy, and I forgot who else was in there. And we were laughing at me saying, "Oh, I found Fenn in Icebox Canyon." I can't. That was the funniest moment in all of Chase history. I can't. Was Alan in there too? I can't remember if Alan was also in the live. Oh God, that was so funny. Like that's another thing I really miss, and I hope I could possibly recover some of it. But my channel, we used to just go live and talk about the funniest shit, and it was so happy. It was so I like it thrived in that type of environment. I thrived in like conversations with strangers from around the world that I didn't know and that I've never met, and yet I had so much fun with. Like Huli and Gigi are prime examples. I don't know Huli. I've never met Huli. I don't know Gigi. I've never met Gigi, but they're like some of my most favorite people. They're like literally some of my most favorite fucking people. Like I'll call Huli sometimes and just be like, "Hey, what's up?" She's like, "What's up, girlfriend?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm either stuck in traffic or this is what's going on in my life." And then Huli will be like, "Yeah, I'm getting ready to go here. I got some shoes." Like just everyday really cool shit. That's something that I always, see as a positive that I took away from the chase. But uh, yeah, I miss the days when Fenn was still around because everybody had their act together. I don't know why it's been so chaotic ever since his passing, but when he was around and he was alive, it was so it was just so positive. I loved it. I freaking loved it. And I find it so heartbreaking that his grandson is trying to keep his chase alive in his memory and people just are tearing him down. Like, I don't understand that. If you were friends with Forrest or you loved him or you supported him, why would you go after his grandson? I don't get it. And how could you insult his grandson and then find yourself justifiable to still say, oh, you're the chosen one and you're waiting for someone to pop out of a cake to prove it? I don't get it. I don't get it. But hold on, let me put the link in chat real fast and see if people want to jump in. If you do, that's cool. Let me see if I can figure it out again. Share. No, participants. It's been a while since I went live. Hold on. Okay. I think I do this and then I do this. Aha. And then let me see if I can pin it. No. Hold on. I don't know how to pin this. I don't know how to pin this. Okay, let me see if that'll work. Ah, there we go. Is that pin message? Holy, if you want to jump on, that would be awesome. Because it's been a really long time since you've been able to come on and we just like talk about really fun, positive, cool stuff. I miss those days. I mean, I'll bring up fishes again if you want. All the fishes in the sea. Um, no, so did you guys see that there's that Utah treasure hunt that launched about a month ago? It's like annual. Every year, the same day, they launch this really cool treasure hunt called the Utah Treasure Hunt. And each year it grows bigger and bigger. So this year it's actually worth $25,000. And I've been like really distracted lately. I was like busy doing stuff. And now I'm like, hey, I'm kind of like sitting around waiting to get job interviews and stuff. I finished my resume Friday. So I had to do my resume on a phone, you guys. Ever since my investigation into the auction website a couple years ago, they like totally destroyed my laptop. I'm taking it to a family friend to see if they could try and restore it. It actually has all my YouTube stuff on there too. But I haven't had a laptop, right? So I'm like, okay, I just randomly lose my job. Don't know what to do. I got to update my resume to reflect the past year that I've been working. And I'm like, the only thing I have is my phone. It took me a few days and I finally did it. So I completed that on Friday. I sent it out to a few places. They're like, hey, we're going to call you Monday. We're really impressed. I'm like, cool. But I'm over here still like sad and like, I don't feel like I'm worth it. Anyway, so I did that. And now I'm just like, hey, there's a cool treasure hunt with 25 grand in Utah. Let's see if we could crack it. So I dragged Ben and Ashley into it the other day. You know me. My bestie's like, are you okay? You're so sad. I'm like, want to help me solve this so I can use it to pay rent? She's like, sure, bitch, let's go. So I was doing that. And I think we actually got a lot of really good starting points. I'm trying to take the blueprint of the past couple of years treasure hunts that they've created and see if there's a pattern that they follow. And I think there is. I think there's a few patterns that have already stuck out to me. Like for one, every treasure hunt has a different movie montage added to it with a theme. So last year it was Back to the Future and it was about time, right? It was time and the history of time and changing time. And if you've seen the solution from last year's treasure hunt, They were talking about Inside Pink, and I was actually working on Inside Pink. I saw that one, and I remember I think Douglas Hayduke was the one that I was trying to call because he's out in I think Utah, and I was like, oh my God, we need to go boots on the ground. But there was an element I screwed up on, and I didn't think about this because this is where my weakness goes into play. I'm terrible at like geography and anything with maps, especially like degrees and stuff, right? So I had the first two spots figured out. Like the first place was Inside Pink. I figured that one out. And then the other clue in the poem was this is the place monument. It was in I think it was it Ogden? I think it was Ogden, like North Ogden. That was where they had it last year. But the trick was you had to take certain degrees and it was like 263 degrees and 43 degrees, right? So when you figured out in Sun Peak, you had to go on Google Earth and you had to go from there and draw a line 43 degrees. And then when you figured out this is the place monument, you had to take that spot and go 263 degrees. And where they crossed was where you were supposed to search and then apply the rest of the poem to narrow it down. And I'm like all over here, like, what do we do? This is Insight Peak. This is the place. Like, what do we do? Do we like walk around? It's too far. And so I was like, I have it, but I don't have it. And what's really cool is you could go online and you could research the woman. She was, I think, a teacher who solved it. She figured it out because like one of the lines in their poem was, I think it was like, what was it? Something like a church upside down, like what's upside down points to heaven. So when you have those two points that intersect with each other on Google Maps, it shows like a search area, right? Well, this lady was looking at it and she was like, "Hey, this topographical area kind of looks like an upside down church." So then she was the smart one and was like, "Okay, here we go." And then one of the lines in the poem was a homage to Back to the Future. And I saw that one too. I knew it was Pine, Twin Pines Mall, because that was the parking lot and the mall and everything. Well, that clue they were telling you you had to look for a pine, right? A pine tree. And it was a lot harder than what people really understood to be. But this teacher, she went out there and she found it. And I was like, this is so cool. So this year it's worth 25,000. It's really cool because this year the homage to the movie is The Goonies. I love The Goonies. It's like probably one of my most favorite movies. And on top of that, they have Hernan Cortez. So that's really cool. There's a lot of other details that I won't specifically put out there because I'm teamed up with Ben right now and Ashley, and I don't want to just like give away all the work that we're doing. But it's already been out there for a month, you guys, and it's really cool. It's something you could work on and solve from home and then go boots on the ground. Or if you can't get to Utah, call one of your friends that's out there, team up with them. I know there's a lot of people in the Chase community that are actually in that area too. So it's kind of something cool you can work on. I was working on it last night. I found a few spots, and I think you need to do the same thing as last year, where you find two places, you apply it to certain degrees on a map, and then that'll give you the X marks a spot for the area to search. So, me and my horrible topography trying to figure it out, but it is fun. Hold on, let me check this real fast. 1 second. Yeah, there. Hold on. Do-do-do-do-do. Alrighty. People in relationships would not recommend. Let's see. Do, do, do. Let's see. Hold on. I mean, I will say I still have a really bad vertigo. Like I'm starting to feel a little bit better, and I could possibly try and get human to like go out at like 8 or 9, maybe. I just don't know. I do not know. Hold on. Let me check this real fast. Jeez. That was crazy. Did you guys hear about that today? Trump was at a rally speaking and someone tried to kill him. He got shot. And like right when he got shot, he stood up and was just like, fight. Like he's a badass for sure. Let's see. A new clue came out for that one. I'm not working on it. Yeah, no, Lorraine. So you should really look at it. I really like the new clue that came out. The first time I saw the Goonies was at the Academy Theater. Chunk sat right in front of me, and Mama Fratelli was to his right. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Oh yeah, so for the line in the poem that pertains to the Goonies is where do you learn to smell ice cream? I think that's so freaking like I love it. Do do do. Hold on. Do 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 do. Ah. Yeah, I'm waiting for my ear to like stop hurting as much, and then maybe I'll attempt to go out. I'm not sure though. I don't know. Hold on. Things will get better, and you're better than those true. Oh, thanks, Lorraine. You guys, Lorraine, I met Lorraine at WSOF. She's so freaking awesome. Hold on. Hello,
Hey,
I miss you.
miss you. Sorry, I'm like in exposure. Here.
Now that I don't have a job, I could move to Arizona. I want to move to Arizona.
I mean, it is pretty cool.
I know. I could freaking hang out with you and Ashley and Ben.
There you
I'm just trying to like figure it out. So either I'm gonna get a new job out here and then save up a bunch and then move to Arizona, or I'm gonna just try and get a job out in Arizona and be like, boom, there we go.
go.
But yeah, what are you up
Yeah.
to?
Sorry, I was stuffing my face. Um, I was I'm making burrito bowls right now, and I was taking a bite.
Ooh, yummy. That sounds good.
So, what is going on?
Oh, so like I guess Street has woke up and decided to go back to being like that person that is manipulative and betrays people. So I don't know if it's because of the comment I commented on the other day. He's saying something about Ben, and he was kind of insinuating that like Ben was talking to someone and had information that only like he and his family and then like Fenn's family would know. And I just like commented and I said, wait, I thought you said like multiple times on lives before throughout the years that you did get invited to his house. So I'm so confused. And I think he just took it as, an easy out clause to just be like, I can manipulate you and I could trigger you and I could try to make you freak out like I always do. And now he's like, I'm suing you and I'm suing Ben. And I'm just like, okay, cool story, bro. I'm not even triggered by it anymore.
I thought he was like a cool older dude. Like he just like money hungry or what?
I honestly, I don't know. I do not know
That's
because
weird.
Yeah, like I went to join his chat like I always do, right? Because last week I was in his chat. I always talk to him. I always have like really cool conversations. You know, you're always in on them too. And like first he hid me in chat, right? And I didn't really notice that. And then I was like, oh, look, he's got the link on, so I'll jump in like I always do. And it was taking a while for like me to jump in, and I saw my friend Tyler was on there, and I like messaged him, and I'm like, yo, Tyler, let's street. No, I'm in the waiting room. And Tyler's like, yo, Street, Candy's in the waiting room. Like, your favorite person's in the waiting room. And he's like, huh? I don't see her. What are you talking about? There's no one in here. But I know him. And I know when he's lying, his voice gets a certain way. And I was like, okay, that's weird. So then I'm like trying to say hi to everyone in chat and nobody's saying hi. And I'm like, okay, Larry would have totally said, hi and stuff. And so then I'm like, Tyler, can you see me in chat? And he's like, no, you're not in chat. I'm like, haha, I got it. He hid me. And then I emailed his friend Steve and I was like, yo, Steve, can you ask Street like why he's upset with me? Like what happened? So Steve goes in chat and he's like, hey Street, Candy wants to know why you're not like why you got her blocked or whatever. He's like, don't shoot the messenger. And he like ignored it. I'm like, oh yeah, he's like really being nonchalant about this. And then out of nowhere, he's like, yeah, I decided to no longer associate myself with certain people. They bring my energy down and they do not serve me. I'm just like, this is the same exact pattern he did to me last year. And that's when I was kind of like, I don't need to be on my channel anymore. I was dating Vic at the time. I'm like, I'll be out and about. But it's annoying. It's sad and annoying that people pretend to be caring and your friend, all to try to use that as, a way to see it as a weakness and like use it against you.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Sorry, dude. That's too bad, dude.
What?
That's too bad. I was just like eating. I took a big bite.
We
Give me
I
two
know it's
seconds.
bummed out.
Where is my tortillas? Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Sorry. Trying to do 20 things at once. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's too bad.
It's fine. It's just the way of life. And like whenever something is like bad going on in my life, that's kind of when he strikes. So it's whatever.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, it must be hard to go through.
Yeah, but I mean, I've already gone through so much. Like, I'm still not broken.
It's almost like you're used to it.
I am. I'm honestly, I'm like emotionally conditioned to it.
Like, oh, it's this time of year. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, it says June. I'm gonna lose my job. Okay, got that. Oh, it's this time around. Okay, I'm not gonna be in a relationship. Oh, it's this time. That's when they're gonna like strike again. Cool. Like,
Yeah, it's just like politics. Like they just try to take out Trump.
I know. I saw that. And he like stood up and was like a badass. I'm like, bro, someone just like
It's
shot
because
you.
it's like premeditated, so whatever. But the point is that they people always try to bring down your energy levels, their own shit. So I don't know. All I know is uh, you know,
Yeah.
it may not seem like it sometimes, but as a human being, you got this because you have to.
Yeah. You
And if you
literally do. You
didn't,
have to.
then how would you survive, you know?
Yeah, like I see some of my other friends that are like struggling and stuff, but they still have like other, people that they can fall back up on. And I'm like, I have none of that. I'm literally me and just me. Like my mom is worse off than I am. And every time I've gone through a situation where it's like you're gonna fail or you're gonna fly, I always have to find a way to fly. I've never just sat there and been like, I give up. I don't know what to do. I've always fought and I've always found a way to just fix things.
Yeah, because you have to.
Yeah. And same thing with you. You're always smart and you always figure out how to like fix shit.
Well, because I have to, you know.
Yeah. It's just funny. It's like they think that they're hitting you at your weakest, and it's like, honey, come on. I lived with a fucking gaslighter for 16 years.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun.
I know, but how is it out in Arizona? Is it like hotter than hell?
Yes. But okay, here, ma'am. There you go. We're eating carne asada, making burrito bowls.
That's
I don't know.
yummy.
Yeah, we're still living the dream.
Hey, did you go to that country club and get wasted that one day?
Oh, girl, everybody knows me at the country club.
I love it. I think that's so funny.
No, like they know me. I love them. They know Miss my daughter, and they treat her like royalty. It's so cute.
That's so adorable.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, everything's good. I mean, shit hits the fan sometimes, but you just you know, get your shit together and you keep going. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
hold on.
Ugh. I'm debating on if I should like try to get somewhat human and ready and like go out tonight, or if I should just continue being sad and at home.
I'm fucking sad.
I know,
Not
but
lose
it's
the
like,
time or energy.
well, sometimes it just gets so hard to just like function. Like you sit there and you're like, is it worth fighting today?
Yeah, I mean, really taking to your time. Okay, please stop yelling. We don't need to yell today. Thank you. Sorry, I was letting the dog in.
You're good. Hey, did I tell you that there's a treasure hunt worth 25K in Utah right now?
No. No, we don't want the rice. No, you didn't tell me that.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I was working on it last night. I think you'd probably like it.
Nice. Yeah, I don't find enough time in the day to do anything.
No, your mini me runs ya.
Sure does. We don't want no
Funny.
more rice. We're good. Okay. Just like she just told me she don't want no more rice. Oh, okay. Well, my time here is done.
I know, I noticed.
It was good catching up. I will call you later and we can catch up on things further, like without Zoom.
Okay, love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, relax.
Whew, this migraine is like killing me right now. Let's see. Honduran site. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Arizona is nice in the winter. I heard it's like freakishly cold in the winter. Having a great weekend. You too, Hooli. Sorry, I'm just seeing that. Um, thanks, Davio. Sorry. I'm waiting for this ear thing to like go away. Oh my God. I don't like it at all. Whee. Hold on one second. Oh, jeez. My bad. Sorry, I'm multitasking real fast. Meow. No, 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 no. on, gathering the peoples. I remember those days, you, Huli, and Gigi talking for hours with just me listening. Good times. Yeah, INFJ, why didn't you ever jump in? I wish, like, sometimes I wish that there are certain people in here, I wish they would jump in. Like, moisturize. You seem like you have really good topics to talk about. We never hear from you. Lorraine, I met you at WSOF in real life. I know you're a real person. You never join. Okay, Larry, you're like super awesome, and I've known you for years. You never jump on. Let me see who else. I mean, Davio jumps on sometimes, but he's stopped for a while. Hooli used to jump on. I mean, I get it. A lot of the time, it seems like there's nothing really there to talk about. But you know what's cool? So I actually slept through this because I haven't been feeling well. But when I woke up, I had like all these messages from Shiloh and Ben and Ashley. And I was like, uh-oh, what's going on? And like Shiloh was saying, like, hey, what do you think people would want to see and be able to purchase? And he wasn't talking about like big expensive items and things like that where he would be able to profit because he's not trying to profit. He's trying to do something good for the community. And we were, oh, hold on. Oh God, I you know you're not feeling the best right now. I went to send Ashley the Zoom link and I accidentally sent it in the group chat where Shiloh was messaging. Ah, damn it, Candy, let me make a sell. Oh my God, I'm laughing so hard right now. Oh no. I'm not gonna try and get Shiloh to jump on my stream. Like, I know he's busy. He's got his own life going. Like, trust me, he's trying to avoid the shit as much as possible. I did not mean to send the Zoom link to the three. I thought I was sending it strictly to Ashley because I was trying to get her to join, but oopsies. Oh God, that's funny. Shell's probably like, damn it, Candy, what do you want now? I don't know if I have, well, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't take that much. Oh, God, that's funny. No, you guys, don't get your hopes up. Shiloh's not going to join my stream. It's okay. Like, I know he's incredibly busy, but he is so genuine and graceful. Like, when I tell you, sometimes I'll just message him and send him this, like, the stupidest shit ever. And a couple of days later he'll message and like respond to it or be like, hey, so sorry, I've been busy, but now I have like a minute to say hi. And he's always just like so sweet. Anyone else, I would like, even me, I'd be like, why are you sending me weird shit? What's wrong with you? I feel so bad though. I was not trying to monopolize on Shiloh, you guys. I am just feeling like really crappy and I wasn't thinking. And I was trying to multitask while I was live, and then I was just trying to send the link to Ash, but I sent it in the group chat. My bad. I can't right now. I just can't. Oh my God. I mean, I've already had Shiloh jump on for what was it? At the WSOF to get everyone. I really miss Julian Gallatin chats. I know. You know what? I'm gonna send a link to Gigi, see what she's doing. It's a great DJ. Ugh, I hate that name. Go away. on. Oh gosh. Yeah, I will say this, you guys. My channel is like a ghost of what it used to be. It's not even the same channel. It's not even the same subscribers. Like I used to have thousands of subscribers, and what was it back in, was it June? I think it was. I think it was June or July. I deleted the channel and therefore poof. Poof. Just everything went poof. But that's okay. It's not like I'm trying to like do anything big with YouTube. It's more like a venting and a place to just speak your thoughts. So it's I'm not really fazed by it. But oh my gosh, I feel so mortified. I sent that to Shiloh. I did not mean to do that. Oh God. I'm gonna have to like message Shiloh and be like, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Hold on. Hey, Woody. Poor Shiloh. Speaking of Shiloh, let's just jump down the fun rabbit holes. What do you think he's like up to? What do you think his granddad like kind of talked to him about and wanted him to do in his memory? Because I feel like Shiloh's such a genuine human being and he loved his granddad so much that he would not per se follow in his footsteps, but try to do something in memory of him, no matter what type of BS came his way. And you guys, there's been a lot of BS coming his way. There's like people trying to sue him. There's people threatening him. There's people freaking trashing him. All this like sad stuff. Like, and now he's being accused or being associated with some other bullshit. Like, I feel like people are just so uncreative. They just go and watch movies and then take the plot of those movies and try to apply it in real life. Kind of like, what politicians do. They don't have any genuine original ideas. They just like copy it from stuff that's already been done. I feel like all these annoying allegations and crap being said about him are just people that have no genuine original ideas. It's very interesting. And I mean, oh, come on. I feel like when this does come to an end, and I'm not saying it's going to come to an end, I'm saying when things start to add up and make sense, I think the people that have been targeting him and trying to bring him down, they're going to be exposed. They're going to be exposed and they're going to look like absolute dip dips because why would you target him? Why would you try to paint him in a negative light? Like that is Forrest Fenn's grandchild. Why would you do that? It just like it doesn't add up to me. Like if you are a friend of Forrest, why would you do that? How could you justify that? That's like being besties, with Ash and smack like talking smack on her family, which I would never do. So it just doesn't make sense. How could you say that you were super close with him or that you knew him or that you loved him and then go after his family? It's not justifiable. It's confusing and stupid and sad, and I'm tired of it. And I don't like it. I want people to just grow up and stop it. Poor Shiloh. Poor Shiloh. It's 7:30. Oh, can I even look human? Oh, I don't even know if I can look human right now, you guys. I just got out of the shower a little bit ago. Oh God, I look like some Walking Dead. I can't. I'm not gonna go out. No, no, I'm a zombie. I look horrendous. I can't. Nope. I am Walking Dead. It's like a hot outside too. I don't even know what to wear if I do. Okay, hold on. I gotta think. Oh God, I have so much like when you sit there and you're just like, oh, I think I feel okay. I could go out. But then when you start to think about the effort it's going to take for you to even look functional, you're just like already overwhelmed and you give up. And you're like, not today. That's me. Not today. Let's see. I think Shiloh would do what Force wanted him to do if you relate it to him, but Force might also let Shiloh handle his own reins. Yeah, I agree, Woody. I agree. I think, I think it's gonna be really cool though that he does have a book coming out, and that means that we get to see how Shiloh perceived the chase from his own point of view, like through his eyes. And I think that's really cool. It's not like we're going to be reading a book by, Dan Barbarisi, who was lucky enough to interview Jack Stoof. Like, I read the book, it was interesting. But you know what I found so fascinating? And these are details that I think are very important is you've got Dan Barbarisi, right? And he's the only guy that allegedly was at the time, not before Copper Dan or anything. Or no, it was before Copper Dan. So he was the first one to interview Jack Stoof, right? So he writes this book, and I think it took him a year or something. So, or no, he was writing the book, and then he added to the book because he was able to get in contact with Jack Stoof. There we go. Anyways, this man writes a book, right? And it's talking about the thrill of the chase, the searchers that were involved in the thrill of the chase, or some of the searchers, the person who found the treasure. But it's like the tiniest chapter ever. Like, it's one chapter where it talks about, Jack Stoof finding something. And the biggest portion of that book, the most content from that book, is all about Mel Fisher and the Atosha. Don't you guys find that absolutely fascinating? I think that is a huge, huge clue. And I could already tell you this is stuff in my research that I've already been talking about and going through. Let me see if I actually still have the message I sent to Shiloh about it. Hold on. I sent him, let's see. Did I put Fisher? Nope, not that. Was it the Atosha? Yep. Okay. Okay, so I actually messaged Shiloh one day, and I guess share this because this is my research and my messages. So I'm just trying to use this to re-summarize some of the rabbit holes I go down and the connections I make. So I said, do you know anything about the Salvador, the one that Dale and your family discovered? It sank August 31st, 1812. However, it has barely any back history. I said, I think it's possible the ships got mixed up. El Salvador was in association with the fleet of Spanish ships from 1566 to 1790 and was the sister ship to the Atosha. Remember, you guys, Atosha, or I think it's the Tacha, the Tacha or the Atosha, whatever. I probably trigger a lot of people with some of these pronunciations, but whatever. Um, However, war records indicate after 1790 it was recovered and in 1812 was in transit to Uruguay. Uruguay. Um, I was like, I know I'm such a nerd when it comes to history. I've been looking into something and just wanted to know if you could help. Let me see. Where did it go? And I did find the records too that showed that those ships were actually switched, by the way. So for people that were looking for the Etosha, you wouldn't be looking for the ship with the Etosha. It switched. Like they recovered. So I don't know if you guys ever looked into the story of the fleet of Spanish ships or anything like that. It's actually how I discovered the Thrill of Chase, by the way. I've been obsessed with that story forever. And I remember one day I was looking for more information on how to find these ships in Florida. And because of it, that's how I found the Thrill of Chase, you guys. Anyways, if you know anything about the Etosha and the ships and stuff and how they sank, some of the treasure was actually recovered. Not all of it, but some of it was actually recovered. And it was really messed up, but they forced their slaves to go down there and recover some of it. And they died. A lot of them died doing it. Pretty messed up. But they recovered some of the treasure and they were trying to move it again. And they switched it. So this is from my point of view, this is how they screw up is that they always have to be very egotistical about stuff and they put it like right in front of your face. Every single time it's always hidden right in front of your face. And the name of the ship from the original ship from the Fleet of Spanish ship versus the warship, they were named the same title. So follow that fun rabbit hole. But the ship that was discovered by Dale and, I think it was Creighton. Yeah, Creighton. Um, what's really fascinating is the way in which that ship was discovered was because of the discovery of the Grolier Codex, which I always talk about like every single time I go live. I always talk about that. Um, there's major like I can't tell you why they do it because honestly, I'm not a part of it. I'm just a researcher and I'm figuring out patterns. But look at this. It starts with the Codex. Doug Preston's the Codex. The Codex is a very important piece of the puzzle. Then you have Dan Barbarisi writing a book, and the majority of it talking about the Etosha and Mel Fisher and the discovery of the Etosha. And the Etosha is associated with the fleet of Spanish ships, right? Everyone is like, hey, where's that emerald ring from? In years ago, I think it was on Janet Langard's page for Treasures Galore on Facebook. It was proven that the emerald ring, even though it was found at San Lazaro, it was confirmed to be an emerald from the Etosha, or not specifically Etosha, but the fleet of Spanish ships from in association with the Etosha, right? So I'm wondering, if and when Shiloh writes his book and he's talking about the Emerald Ring, like, will he talk about that? Because I'm 99.9% sure it's going to talk about and say it's associated with the Etosha. Those emeralds are associated with the Etosha. And if you want to know how an emerald ring from the Etosha got all the way into San Lazaro, you need to read Rick Hajowski's. I cannot remember how to pronounce it. I've got problems. I'm sorry. Just like Tabernacle, I'm sorry. He wrote a book about how a plate was discovered at San Lazaro, right? And how that was associated with the Etosha. And that's where you actually get the movie plot line from Fool's Gold, by the way, if you guys didn't know. The way in which they discovered the right area to look for these ships is from a plate that they discover. And it just goes to show you there's so much more going on behind the scenes than what we know. Like, this isn't just a man who is a collector of things and wants to hide them in the wilderness. Like, this is a man with power. This is a man with lots of connections throughout the world. This is a man that has knowledge. And for everyone that understands what knowledge means, with, knowledge, responsibility, power, that's pretty much what it comes down to. And the Etosha is so important. The Codex is so important. I cannot stress to you guys enough. And no, I do not work for the family. No, I'm not part of some stupid script thing or like some, whatever you want to think it is. I am a nerd that is way too passionate about her research, and I've been slowly chipping away, years chipping away, figuring out slowly what's happening. Okay. It's taking me years to do it because every time I think I have something figured out, something else happens, and it's like, oh, that goes all the way to this. Like, it's a lot. But the codex, the codex is so important because the codex was what was used and why, in my opinion, how Skippy was allegedly murdered. Okay. Again, I'm going to say allegedly because technically you have no proof or whatever, but he discovered the codex with Fenn. He was allegedly murdered for it. There are actual documents and articles and different things online that you can go to and read for yourself to see with your own eyes that everyone who was associated with this thing was murdered. Allegedly. Okay. I'm talking about the curator of the what do you call it? The Grolier, the Grolier Club. He was killed. And what was crazy, what was wild was he was found face down, like he had like trauma to his head, and he was found in like a pool of blood or something. And at the time when it was announced, they said that there was like no foul play. He died of natural causes or whatever. And then check this out. A couple years later, they finally come out and say, oh, he was actually murdered, but they were doing this really deep dive investigation into it. And they couldn't say anything for a few years until they found more information on it. So the curator, the guy who had the keys to the Grolier Codex that was on display, was murdered. There were CIA agents involved with this as well, and they were also murdered, allegedly. Okay, this is some like deep, deep conspiracy rabbit hole stuff that I'm telling you, but you could go online and you could actually find this is actual fact. Like these people just goodbye. So what's fascinating is that the codex was used to find all these things, right? And if you're wondering, like, okay, so how did Mel Fisher find the Etosha? Because if you know the backstory on the Fisher family, you would know that they spent like, I think it was like 15 years looking in the same spot, like the same area in Florida for the fleet of Spanish ships. And what I discovered throughout the years doing all this deep dive research, I'm telling you, this stuff does not stop. That Fenn has an ancestor that is known for the name Fisher. That's not the real name. I talked about this before. I have the book where it talks about more things about it. But he was one of the original Freemasons, and I think he was originally from Denmark or something. I can't remember. And he ended up going to Texas, and he married oh my God, what's the name right now? I don't have the book. It's somewhere. I gotta look for it. But oh wait, never mind, it's right there. um I've got the name of the woman, but he ended up marrying her. He ended up changing his name to, I think it was George Fisher. And the only reason I even discovered this man existed is on Rick Hajowski's website. Like I was going down all these rabbit holes and stuff, and I'm like, oh, cool. So I was looking into like the as much back history I can on Cozumel, right? Because that's like a lead piece of the puzzle. And when Fenn was trying to find the treasure chest that he needed, he went to Hajowski for that, right? So I'm like on his website, I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. I've talked about this like so many times, but I went on the website and I was seeing all these articles, and one of them was about the man who purchased or bought Cozumel or something. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. So I clicked it. I was looking at a picture of Fenn, you guys. I was like looking at a picture of Fenn. And I was like, wait, what's going on? So I started looking deeper into it. And he was appointed, oh my God, I forgot what it was. He was so Texas and New Mexico, which was Mexico at the time, I believe. Isn't it? I don't know. Again, I'm terrible with geography. Anyways, they were teamed up. And George Fisher was working for the king, and he was appointed certain tasks of information and shit. And the king wanted him to go to Cozumel and purchase it because they were under the impression that that's where you would find the seven cities of gold. Like, I'm not even fucking making this up. You go online and find it yourself. But so he went to Cozumel and he tried to purchase Cozumel. He ended up being able, I think, to purchase half of it, and then something happened where he was betrayed and he was locked up or whatever. But he actually had information and the blueprint maps on where the fleet of Spanish ships sank. Now, keep in mind all the rabbit holes and all the research that I've been doing. I found out that Montezuma's treasure, where it goes back to Hernan Cortez and Coronado and all that other fun stuff, is all linked, right? So the seven cities of gold is associated with the Montezuma's treasure. Montezuma's treasure is the seven tribes of seven caves of seven tribes of the Aztecs or whatever. It's like Aztlan. Okay, that's pretty much what it translates to. So when Montezuma was moving some of the treasure because of, I forgot the name of the night. It was like the night of sorrow. I forgot what it's called, but it's where a bunch of people were murdered because of the gold and everything. Well, they took a lot of it and they put it in those ships. The ships. That's why they sank. That's why everyone's been looking for the damn ships and then the freaking seven cities of gold. Like it constantly moves. And it's not just the gold that moves, it's a lot of stuff. The Emerald Tablet is one of the most important pieces that has been moving throughout centuries, but that's another rabbit hole. Anyways, so the Codex was the information that was used to decode some of the hidden rooms, right? So what we don't understand, and this is my theory, it's just a theory, is that the seven cities of gold is so massive that it's different places. Just like it said, the seven caves, the seven tribes of the Aztecs, right? So I actually translated that to be the Aztecs are actually associated with the seven tribes of Israel. Okay. And it's just based off of the different migration and the different, I forgot the name, like, the tribes of Israel. One of them breaks down to the Aztecs. Oh God, I can't remember all of it, but I've got a lot of notes everywhere. Anyways, the fleet of Spanish ships, the Atosha, that's part of the Aztec gold. Then you've got freaking San Lazaro. That's another part of the Aztec gold. And then you've got what do you call it? What's that one? Victoria Peak. That's another part of the gold. Like there's so much to it. And so when they were looking for the one ship that the Salvador that was discovered, that's another piece of it, right? That's a huge part of the story. So when you read the Codex, it's giving you pieces to start off, right? And every time you look more into it, it's about Montezuma. It's about the Aztecs. It's like look into Geronimo. Like look into it. It all leads back to Montezuma, and Montezuma goes back to all this other stuff. Like there's a reason why Fenn specifically chose the deity on the chest that he did, which is the jaguar. It goes. It's so deep, you guys. I don't know how to explain it. Like Kennedy was obsessed with the Victoria Peak. Victoria Peak was a piece of the puzzle for the Seven Cities Gold, which is Montezuma's gold, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And he was murdered for the small piece that he found, allegedly. And it goes to politics. It goes to friggin', drug trades. Like it's so deep. I can't even explain it. I've been trying for years. I don't know how to explain it. There's so many pieces and there's so much power and there's so much cover up. There's so much blackmail. There's so much murder. It's absolutely wild. And yet we have people in this chase just fighting over nine clues and notoriety for going to a fucking piece of land with a fish named Brown. Like, there's a reason why it's not going to be told because it's not the point. The point was to get the story out. Okay. The point is you read the story, Catcher in the Rye. What is the most important element from Catcher in the Rye? That's the element that Holden Caulfield has never been the same since the death of his brother. Forrest tells you in The Thrill of the Chase, he has never been the same since the death of his brother. There is a top secret biography that was not supposed to be released, but it was released, and it says that his brother was murdered. I have to say allegedly because there's a bunch of jackasses in this chase, but in Fenn's own words, he says his brother Skippy was murdered in Cozumel. Okay, there's an olive jar where it says that as well. There's so much to this. So if your brother was murdered allegedly, and you know the reason why, and you know it's because of the discovery of what you and your brother found and the amount of not only knowledge, but power and attention it brings, you are going to do everything in your power to make sure that story is known, that story is told, that story is protected. That information needs to be protected. You could say as much as you want. No one's ever going to believe you. But the ones that know, the ones that figure it out, that is the point. So, personally, in my opinion, it was never about going into the mountains and finding a box of gold. The entire story has been in front of our faces the entire time, just like they always love to do. The story was the chess motif. The story was his brother, Skippy, was murdered for what he discovered in Cozumel, Mexico. The story is associated with Mel Fisher family and the Etosha. The Etosha is connected to the fleet of Spanish ships. The fleet of Spanish ships is associated with Montezuma's treasure. Montezuma's treasure is associated with the Codex. I don't know how many times I could sit here and tell you guys. And like, I'm just a regular freaking valley girl from Chino Hills, you guys. Like, I've tried, Lorraine. I have tried. I have tried. I cannot explain to you how many times I've tried. It's and it's funny too, because like you'll get people that'll be interested if you talk about Shiloh or you talk about the Nine Clues or Warm Waters Hall and Fire Hole. That is what people get interested in. But when you start to actually talk about the real reason the chase happened and is happening, and people just roll their eyes and they say, okay, you're crazy. Like, look at the one another really important element. Packer Jack wrote a book because I can't do that. I'm too damn lazy. Packer Jack wrote a book about all the evidence he has collected and found that suggests freaking oh my god what was the name? Loran Hall was a secret agent, a double agent who was not only DB Cooper but also the assassin allegedly for JFK. Now, when you read about Forrest and his meeting with Jackie O, right? And the Corbell Brandy story, ask yourself when you look at the Steve.com puzzle, ask yourself why, when they chose to use something to symbolize the Corbell Brandy, they use El Dorado as the alcohol. Try and think about that. They're using the alcohol for El Dorado. It says El Dorado on the bottle to represent Jackie O and the Corbell Brandy. So another thing, they found it and couldn't dive on. Ooh, that's interesting, Larry. I like that. Another thing, like a couple of weeks ago, or like I think a month ago, I went down a rabbit hole, like I always do. Somehow, someone's talking about something in the chase. I think it was Packer. I was actually talking about it, and I wanted to know more information about like Fenn and Jackie O. And I was like, okay, well, I think it was I went on the Wayback Machine and I was looking into his old stories before they were taken down, like the old blog posts and stuff. And one of them was talking about, Jackie Kennedy. And this was after Kennedy was assassinated. Okay. So even after he was assassinated, Kennedy, Jackie O, was still looking for the cities of gold. She was still looking for Victoria Peak. So, like, get this. Kennedy was infatuated with the story of Victoria Peak, right? He went there, he discovered stuff, That's why he was taken out. And so after his death, you've got his wife, right? His widow, and she's choosing to meet with somebody who's a researcher on and an expert on all things, not only Seven Seas of Gold, but Victoria Peak. And they chose to meet at Fenn's house to discuss this. That is a fact. That's not like, oh, allegedly or oh, it's rumored. That's a fact. Go online, you can find it. It's a fact. Forrest said Jackie Kennedy went to his house and she was there to meet with this specific person. This specific person was the one writing a book, and Jackie Kennedy was like, I'm going to edit this. She fucking like she edited this. She didn't need to. It was Jackie Kennedy. And she met with this man, and you could look it up. It's all the stories on Victoria Peak and the Seven Cities of Gold and Montezuma's Treasure. I'm not even kidding. So you could say a lot of stuff and say, oh, this person's crazy or that doesn't add up or it's just a harmless hunt. You guys, Forrest Fenn had Jackie Kennedy meet in his study to meet with a researcher that was an expert in Victoria Peak. Think about that. That's a fact. Okay? A fact. Then you got Justin Posey, this random millionaire who decides to join the chase because he's a super mega fan of Victoria Peak. Why is he a super mega fan of Victoria Peak? Because his grandfather had a map of Victoria Peak. Think about that. And then go back and look at his article on the reason why he even got into it. It says that his wife, Jenny, knew that he was a super fan of Victoria Peak, so she sent him the thrill of the chase. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, treasure. So he'd be into treasure. No, it's because the thrill of the chase, has elements of Victoria Peak in it. So, of course, you're going to have a man that's obsessed with Victoria Peak, interested in the thrill of the chase, and doing everything in his power to be able to be the owner of the chest that is the story of the Codex. Like, I can't tell you how many times there's like so much evidence. It's insane. And what's wild is that I keep talking about it and I keep telling people, and everyone's just like, oh, it's candy. Oh, roll their eyes or whatever. But then eventually down the line, I'm always right. Remember when I told you, oh, the treasure chest is not a treasure chest, it's actually a reliquary chest? Everyone's like, you're crazy. And then Huli, because she's badass and awesome, was like, hey, Candy, did you know the very first books that Preston and Lee Child wrote were Relic and a Reliquary? I'm like, wait, what? So I look into it. Yep, Relic and Reliquary. And then there are articles and even stories posted by Jenny Kyle with information and like just short stories about Fenn and Jenny Kyle talking about reliquary chests. And I'm just like, ooh, okay, there you go. And then I tell you, like, hey, a reliquary chest is called a reliquary chest because it has a secret compartment to hold what you would call a relic, right? And a relic is something like, the nail from the cross or like a splinter from the true cross or the blood of Christ or, something pertaining to a martyr, right? That's what a reliquary chest is. And it is a secret compartment hidden in the chest to hold that relic. And everyone's like, no, it's not a relic. And then, wow, what happened? It was proven that the treasure chest is, in fact, a reliquary chest. And Christy had a USB drive given to her from Dale that had a folder that said reliquary. Like, that's a fact. That's not made up. That's a fact. There is a folder in a USB drive that says reliquary. Think about that. And then we learn, okay, so Shiloh's father was allegedly commissioned to create the wood for that treasure chest. I also have proof that there are multiple copies of this thing. And I also have proof and emails where Forrest told another searcher how he made his copy. Okay, fascinating. Then I've got articles and documents that actually prove that the, oh my God, was it the Detroit Museum? Freaking, oh my God, what was his name right now? Huli, are you still in chat? Remember the guy who Forrest purchased the chest from because he couldn't get it from Hajovsky? Oh my God, what was it? I forgot his name right now. I have it in my video files for like a backup when I was making other videos called like the Chasse, but I can't remember. Um, Jiminy Crickets, I can't remember the name. Anyways, this man, the one that Fenn got the chest from, he was on the board of directors for the Detroit Museum. And the Detroit Museum is where we first learned about the back history and the copy of the chest that matches Forrest Fenn's chest. And what's even more wild is that Matt Smells Sunshine was the very first person to actually expose that information. Hey, Eugene Thaw, thanks, Gigi. Hit the link if you want to talk about it. There's like no drama or anything. It's just like rabbit holes and really cool shit about, Eugene Thaw and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, Eugene Thaw. Eugene Thaw was on the board of directors for the Detroit Museum. And there's an article talking about a reliquary chest that went missing around the same timeline in which Fenn was looking for a reliquary chest, by the way. And that's why when they randomly discovered the copy in the inside of the lid, it says attack on the castle of love. That's actually misinterpreted. Like, that's not the actual title of the motif itself. I've spent 14 years researching this motif. I'm like a fucking expert when it comes to this stuff. Okay. And what's fascinating is that they were like, we don't know where it came from. It was missing and now it's back. And that it's not an original. That is actually a copy. The original that Fenn and the illustration, the full color illustration, it goes all the way back to a castle in Germany. Okay. And I believe was it Bavetta? Yeah, it was Bavetta. Bavetta found a way to translate some of the German because I remember I tried for years. I even went to Jens trying to get help. He discovered the castle. It's like the Sigmarin, I think it was the Sigmarin castle. I have the notes somewhere. Um, anyways, the original chess motif was created in chalk. Okay, it was full color. It was chalk. It was so old. It was falling apart. So what they did was they reconstructed it and they turned it into bronze castings. Okay, the originals used to be ivory and chalk. That's what they used to do. So they made all of these replicas, and then there was replicas of replicas. It's like replica, or it's like reliquary inception. I'm not even kidding. You can find all this stuff. Like Pavetta has some of it. I have some of it. But the whole point is that the chess motif itself was the story. The chess motif is how you unlock where you need to start. And what's really cool too is that the chest that Fenn has, that's the really important thing. Then there's replicas. Just remember that there are multiple replicas. And if you go down the rabbit hole of who the artist is for that replica, that's going to blow your mind. There's a lot of really cool shit about that. But that chess motif is the puzzle. The reason why Fenn put that deity, the jaguar deity, on there is the story. It literally tells the story of going to, where was it? It was nearby Cozumel. Oh my God, the Chiapas Mountains. Yeah, the Chiapas Mountains. Um, yeah, Skippy and Fenn discovered in a cave, a random secret cave in Mexico, a wooden box, and it held I think it was a jade mask. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it was a jade mask. No, I think it was a turquoise mask. The turquoise or jade? Shit, I can't remember that part. You could go online and find the articles. Um, anyways, my opinion, I'm saying is Fenn and Skippy, right? But what you'll find when you look up the Grolier Codex is it's gonna be like all these different articles. You got to go down a few rabbit holes to find this, but it actually shows that the people who discovered this codex were two brothers that were grave robbers. Grave robbers, you guys, grave robbers. How many times have we been told that Fenn has been accused of being a grave robber? Which I do not believe at all. But there's been multiple museums and different types of people and archaeologists, and they claim like, oh yeah, Fenn's a grave robber. And he even said like he used to go in Arizona canyons and stuff, which another thing you got to think about is the level of security and clearance Fenn needed to have in order to fly over the Arizona Canyon. Think about that. Have you seen online where people are like starting to look into the Arizona Canyon, right? And they get stopped by the government. Like there's a full-on military base in the Arizona Canyon, right? And Fenn tells the stories where he's like, yeah, nonchalantly drive over like fly over the canyon of Arizona and find some spots to like land and dig at. Like that is not fucking possible. That is forbidden. People who try to do that disappear or get locked up in prison or just they got to get rescued. This one teacher, it was like a teacher and his wife or something. They were researching a lot of stuff about Cleopatra, her son with oh my god, what's his name? I think it was who was it? Was Mark Antony? The one basically how the son ran away with the Ark of the Covenant or whatever when all hell broke loose. Anyways, they were looking into that and they found evidence that the Canyon of Arizona is basically where everything's stashed, right? Anyways, they like found the entry, but the entry is so hard to get. Like you have to like zip line down like 500 feet or something. I don't remember. So they hired this like professional who does the shit, and this dude got stuck, and they had to go rescue him. And there's like a whole documentary on it where like they're in the canyon and they get stopped by the military. So trying to ask yourself, like, how is it that Fenn, I don't care if it was back in the past or not, like, it's always been highly classified and protected. How was he able to do that? So, anyways, go online. You see, if you look up the Grolier Codex and how it was discovered, you're going to find articles that talk about two brothers, mysterious identities, by the way, discovered this wooden box in a random cave somewhere in the Chippewas Mountains, and they were grave robbers. And they basically put it on the black market, I guess you could say, trying to sell it. And professionals and experts were like, yeah, this isn't real. It's like fake. And they're like, nah, it's not fake. Like, fuck. So all of a sudden, an anonymous benefactor decides to buy it. So they are blindfolded. This is fact, by the way. They're blindfolded. They're taken into like I think they're putting in like a private plane or something or a helicopter that had sonar or whatever the fuck it's used, with Douglas Preston, how he found the lost city of the monkey god. Anyways, he's blindfolded and they take him to the area. He looks at the mask. He looks at, I think it was like some emerald or some shit was in there, and then the codex was in there. So he purchased it, and nobody knows the real identity of this person. By the way, I think it was Michael Krumner. I'm not even kidding. But he decides to put it on display in New York at the Grolier Club, and again, remember what I said? The curator of the Grolier Club, he was murdered allegedly. Think about that. So right before he was murdered, it was discovered that Mexico found out that it was taken from them, right? So they are basically like, you can't have this. This is ours, not yours. We demand it back. So they had to like give it back. But there were pages missing. So that's another fascinating little detail that I constantly talk about. The Grolier Codex had pages missing. So when it was first discovered, it was like complete, right? And then all of a sudden, when it's found out that they took it from Mexico, Mexico's like, bring it back, pages are missing. All the same time, a person who's the curator who has the keys is murdered, right? Fascinating. So you go back to the story that Preston wrote called the Codex. It's all about government, societies, blackmail, murder, really top secret information that could cure cancer and all kinds of other things. And then in the end of the book, it's like, oh yeah, this codex that was discovered, there's missing pages. And those missing pages are actually found in the end in the chest where you find the Fenn character. So if you go even deeper down the rabbit holes of history, like factual history, you'll find out that the codexes that have been discovered, there's like the Dresden Codex, the Paris Codex, I think there's like two other ones. There's only a handful of codexes in existence, right? And out of all those codexes, only the Grolier Codex, the one that was discovered in the Chiapas Mountains of Mexico, has missing pages. Think about that. Think about that. And don't forget too, I remember when Preston went live for his book tour or whatever, what last year, I was in the chat asking him certain things and I was like, yo, what was the inspiration behind the Codex? And I even mentioned Grolier and he was like, yep. So think about that one. Grolier Codex is the codex from Douglas Preston's story. And Douglas Preston wrote the codex because of the story Fenn told him about the thrill of the chase. I don't know how many times I can sit here and talk about this. Okay, think about this. You got a mysterious LLC that is the owner and person. Already, if you want to say that, that's fine. I really don't care. Anyways, you've got I hate trolls in chat. They're so annoying. Museum Friends made in France. I was dang excited Museum Friends made in France. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Um, yeah, so you've got Ben goes to Preston and is like, I want you to write my autobiography. And he tells him the story. That same story is associated with the lost city of the monkey god. Fast forward a couple of years, and Douglas Preston and a team actually discover the lost city of the monkey god in Honduras. Like, this is another element I don't think people really think about. How can a book that was written in, I think it was like 2001 or 2002, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, how could it go that far back, right? And talk about, oh, this is just like a fantasy. It's not real. It's not made up or anything. How can you go that far back and then in 2015 it actually be discovered? Like, that's another thing you really need to think about.
Okay, I saw you were talking Codex and making some macaroni and cheese and quesadillas, but I thought I would join because I love the Codex talk.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm down the Codex rabbit hole again.
All right, so what did you just say that I missed when I was loading and joining in the Zoom?
So
You
I
were
was
talking about Fenn and yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was saying like another element that people don't really stop to think about is, you know, Fenn went to Preston and was like, hey, I'm going to tell you information. And from this information, the story, I want you to write my autobiography, right?
Yeah.
And he tells him this story. And from it,
We
Douglas
get the
Preston
Codex.
writes the Codex. Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
But this is the thing. That was back in like what, 2002, 2003, right? When he released it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if this story is like released back in 2003, how do you explain in 2015 it actually coming true? Think about that. Because the whole story of the Codex is information that leads you to the lost city of the monkey god, right? We know for a fact that in 2015, Preston and his team discovered the lost city of the monkey god in Honduras.
I think
It,
the interesting part too about the Codex and as what you're saying, like there's enough of a story there.
wait, you sound super far away.
Oh, really? Did I cover it? Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go.
I think my finger was covering the mic. There's so much story, like you said. I think you could say, okay, they were searching for this. So a find as a treasure hunter, I guess you could say that. You could be hopeful. You could write about something and then you could find it. What if you knew that you were going to find it? What if it had already
Exactly.
been found? What if it was the find then was staged because it had already been found? And so part of it was to tell the story beforehand. I mean, there's a lot of different ways I think that could go.
Yeah. And what's really fascinating too is that, you know, when you look up Honduras, specifically the back history or the lore behind the lost city of the monkey god, do you know who also went looking for it?
So,
Hernan Cortez and Coronado.
that's right. Yes, we've talked about this. That's correct.
Exactly. The same people who were looking for the lost city of gold, El
Yeah.
Dorado,
Yeah.
Cibola. Like there's so many names for it.
Well, just look,
Lost
I
city of the
mean,
monkey
just
god.
look at our community that we have. We have like kind of a tight knit community. It's on the, it's not huge, but it's not tiny. And I think treasure hunters, of course, they would stay connected and work together and, know each other. I think that's definitely possible.
Yeah. And like look at the people that come into play, right? So after Fenn's death, you've got certain people that are experts when it comes to this. Your husband's one of them. Ben knows the Codex. This is the reason why he reached out to me first, because I was talking about the
Sure.
Codex. He's like,
Yep.
hey, you're talking about the Codex.
Yep.
Another one, Packer Jack. Packer
Yep.
Jack is the element that gives us Lauren Hall, that gives you DB Cooper, that gives you, drum roll please, the assassination of JFK. JFK was linked to Victoria Peak. Victoria Peak is, even after his assassination, is associated with Jackie O. Jackie O met at Fenn's house to meet with a researcher who was literally writing a book about the discovery of Victoria Peak that leads to Cibola.
Yeah.
Like,
And
no
wonder what they
matter
talked about too. Wonder what Fenn, then we find out Fenn is CIA. Wonder what he talked to Jackie about, and I wonder what he knew.
exactly. And it's like, why do they have to meet at Fenn's house to talk about the research about the Seven Cities of Gold and Victoria Peak?
Right.
And then think about this, Ash. Why are the people behind Stoof.com using the bottle El Dorado
I
as a
know.
symbolism for Corbel branding?
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge piece.
Yeah, that El Dorado rum.
Like, at the time, I didn't even know about Jackie Kennedy being associated with the Victoria Peak stuff. I didn't even know it.
What do you mean at the time? At the time of what?
At the time, like when we saw that there was items being thrown onto the website and there was like this, and this, and Ben was like, yeah, Candy, did you see that the bottle that represents Corbel Brandy is El Dorado? And I was just like, okay. And then he's like, yeah, they sent me that bottle to the house. And I was like, okay, don't know what to make of it. And then one night I'm just down a rabbit hole and I'm like, what? Why did Ben say this about, Jackie O? Wait, she met with someone there? Oh shit. Okay, let's look into it. What was you researching?
Yeah.
Fuck. Like I didn't even know that she was associated with this. And it's not like theory. This is fact. Like I could actually sit here, you could sit here and say fact. This is fact. Jackie O, after the assassination of her late husband, continued being associated with research pertaining to the Seven Cities of Gold.
Yep.
And
Interesting.
you know what? I think what connected them both, Fenn and Jackie, was they both lost people they loved to that same fucking rabbit hole. Skippy was murdered because of the discovery of the Codex. Jackie's husband was murdered because of the discovery of Victoria Peak.
Well, sorry, I'm mid cooking right now. But well, and think about I'll help you in 1 second, love. Think about the conspiracies of surrounding JFK's assassination and who would be responsible for that. And think about Forrest Fenn's feelings on, the government and what he did. And then we realize, who he was and what he might have done. I think the fact that Jackie went to visit him and stayed with him, and I think they had plenty to talk about. And it doesn't have to just be that one thing either. I think they had multiple things to talk about.
Yeah.
I think they had multiple things to talk about, and that's why it's important. And that's why there's that El Dorado rum.
Well, like, look at it too. So Packer is usually like very, like, for a while he was very on scene, but then he drifted off, right? Well, comes back to tell you the story of Lauren Hall, and not only to tell you the story of Lauren Hall, but to show you that he was a double agent. He was originally working for Fidel Castro, right?
Right. Yeah, he was.
So, and Fidel Castro was the one that was basically our competitors. Like, you had the US, you had Fidel Castro, and then you had the fucking governor or whatever of, what was it, China? Not China, God, what was it? The Philippines. So he gets betrayed by Fidel Castro. So then he joins the secret society. I forgot the name of it. Packer kind of talked about it a little bit, but it's a secret society specifically used to take down Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
And it was all because they were fighting for the opium. It was just opium drug trade. That's it. It was, everyone was fighting over who gets to be in control of the fucking opium drug trade.
Yeah, well, a lot of times that's what drugs is what it comes down to.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Some of the gold that was discovered from Victoria Peak that they killed Kennedy over, allegedly, was used to start the gold standard. And by starting the gold standard was started because of the hijacking from D.B. Cooper. D.B. Cooper was the very person who assassinated JFK, allegedly. And that was used, the gold was fucking melted down, sold, and used to create the secret CIA war of fucking Indochina War.
Yeah.
Like, how crazy is that? That's wild.
It's like all of this wild stuff that I really hope we get to hear some stories about. I'd love to hear the stories.
I don't know if we ever will. That's the thing. Like, there's like so many good stories, and it's always getting covered up. Like, you look at it, and all these people that have the knowledge, the truth, they get blackmailed, they get
or killed.
Yeah. Like, I have evidence of the freaking curator of the Grolier Club getting murdered because of the Codex, the Grolier Codex.
So maybe we're not supposed to know. Maybe we can't know. Maybe things happen and we don't get to know the real answer because it's to keep people safe. We see what happens when things come out.
Yeah, but then why would Fenn want the story to come out in the first place?
Well, that's what we have to ask. We have to figure out, like, well, maybe it's not, it's not going to be what we think. I don't know. What would his plan be? Or maybe he can at this point when he's no longer here. It's safe. I don't really know because I don't really know what the story is. I just think he would have had plenty of time to think this through. Would he not?
Well, it's not just him. It's multiple people, but he was the one pulling strings. But then, like, think about this, Ash. Like, obviously, whoever's behind Stoof.com, I 100% think it's a government society. Like, you cannot convince me otherwise. Explain to me why one of the songs they choose to have in Stoof.com has the word troubadour.
I know. Yeah. Well, because I think a couple of things. I think, could be what you're hinting at. and also could be, they see like the double duty that they can get with these songs. And I really still think that the songs and the movies and stuff, especially the songs, I think that they can have two meanings and be saying two things at the same time.
Well, I mean, I already know that Fenn was a troubadour. Troubadours are the guardians of the knowledge, and he even put the proof in the book. The dove and the crescent moon, and then
Mm-hmm.
that is literally the motto and the crest of the troubadours, the true troubadours.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and say I know everything about what, Ben knows or doesn't know or what he's doing, but I can tell you I know he's not behind stoop.com.
I know, but he's associated with the people that are.
I mean, he's vetted the people, yes. But, as far as what we see, and sure, maybe could they know something about Ben and put that out there? Yes. But, we have a fucking red herring right in front of us. So I don't know.
Well, it's just, what's fascinating is you talk about, Fenn's story where we learn he's CIA and it's associated with like the Russian art. Remember that story?
Yeah.
That's fascinating. That's how they were able to liquidate and do all that weird shit with the gold from Victoria Peak that funded that war.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much that goes into it. It's just like, wow. And then you got freaking Ben's family and how they were monument men. Like, how wild is that?
Oh, dude, that's just, I mean, come on. That's what's so crazy about it too is it's not even just people have stories of, we find out, oh, do you know this person worked for this person or is married to this person? No, this is like, before he's born, obviously. This is just his grandpa. Like, it's crazy.
Well, not only that, it's like he's got two grandpas basically, right? So
Yeah,
his
basically.
biological grandpa is associated with the discovery of what was it, King Tut's tomb. Then
Mm-hmm.
his other grandpa is the one associated with the Monument Men, and they were the ones that were supposed to rediscover and like I can't think of the word right now. They're supposed to bring back all the fucking really important treasure and pieces of history that the Nazis took.
Yeah.
And like, do you remember what the Nazis were obsessed with?
And when they took all of the art, is that what you're talking about?
Not just the art and the gold, but do you remember the whole reason why they did what they did, why they fucking killed all the Jews and why they were looking for something and why they went to the monastery in Catalonia, Spain?
Well, I think you're going to tell me. One,
Oh,
two.
oh, you don't know?
Well, I'm following a recipe at the same time. So just tell me what you're getting at.
Oh, so the oh my Heimlich Himmler, the one who was actually running all of this, and Hitler was just like the fall guy or whatever. He was obsessed with the very fucking chess motif that Fenn has.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling people, I'm like, you guys, this is actually like there's there's credence behind it. So the chess motif gives you the story of Parzival, right? Parzival with the Z that was written by the German knight Wolfram von Eckenbach. Wolfram von Eckenbach was a troubadour, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole reason why all this shit went down is because they actually found I forgot his name right now. He was this German researcher. He cracked the code because the story of Parzival is actually a puzzle. And I cracked it too, and I cracked it before I knew this actually existed. So this
Yeah.
this German dude, he cracks the code and he figures out that they're actually the guardians of the knowledge of all this shit. And one of the pieces is the Emerald Tablet that goes back to, King Tut and Thoth and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, he figures out that they're guarding it in Catalonia, Spain at this one monastery. And so what they do is they kidnap this guy. This is all real. You could fucking find it online. They kidnap
Okay.
this dude. They force him to translate the whole entire book, and it leads them to the very monastery I talked about in Catalonia, Spain. And they go there, they rip it apart, they try to like fucking force all these monks and stuff to tell them where it's being held. And they're like, we don't have it, it was already moved. But
Mm-hmm.
then they have this whole theory that the Jews are from this bloodline that is gonna like take down everybody. So that's why they did that. That's why they did complete genocide, is
Because
because
of
of
they were
fucking
the
story.
bloodline.
Yeah, because of the story, literally. So that's why Heimlich Himmler and Hitler killed a bunch of Jews. This is why they kidnapped a freaking historian who cracked this stuff. And then that's why World War II even fucking happened. Or not World
Yeah.
War II, sorry, World War One.
Yeah.
Like that, you can't make that up at all.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's wild, you know, it's and we get well, having the internet and the ability to uh research and Google and read things and then things, you know, being released about history. It's so much different than what we were taught in school. And it's fascinating when you figure out what's
Really
really going
cool.
on.
Did you know that Indiana Jones was actually created with this storyline? Like this is how they got the plot for Indiana Jones.
Mm,
Because you know how Indiana Jones is against the Nazis and they're looking for like the Grail, the
yeah.
Ark of the Covenant, all that. That is actually what the storyline comes from. So there was like this secret society war going on of good and evil, and they were trying to protect these relics. And the Nazis were like, "No, you're of Iranian blood," or something like that. The Iranians, I can't remember the word, but that's why they like did what they did, and that's why the Monument Men had to try and recover what they took because
Yeah.
they were looking for the Grail, they were
Yeah.
looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and they were like, and Indiana Jones himself was created by the very ancestor of Preston and Fenn. You know that, right? You can find that story on Rick Hajovsky's freaking website.
Okay.
It's actually like what's so wild is Preston's ancestor and Fenn's ancestor were teamed up and they were the ones that discovered the Palace of Palenque. That's a fact.
That's wild.
And the Palace of Palenque is where you get the backstory on the Codex and all that other shit and how the Temple of the Moon Goddess was discovered because of the Grolier Codex that Fenn and Skippy allegedly found.
Right.
So like think about that. You got the whole story about the ancestors and how they were the inspiration to create the character Indiana Jones. And you have Ben telling us all the time that Fenn had associations with Steven Spielberg and he was a huge inspiration and piece of the puzzles that Spielberg used to create certain characters like freaking Back to the Future, Indiana Jones, and you even have Ben telling you, I hope there's an Indiana Jones character out there.
Oh, now you sound like Ben.
Well, that's why I'm friends with your husband because he understands what's being told.
Yeah. I mean, if that's all, like, that's crazy. So if that's all real and those characters and those connections and all of this that we're putting together, then that's just got to mean that what we're living in and what's going on, like, this is crazy. This is once in a lifetime. This is wild, right?
Yeah, it's literally the most deepest, craziest rabbit hole you can think of. But then, like, you've got actual documents posted on CIA telling you that there was research and studies that went into something called Project Oak Tree, where they targeted a specific bloodline because they found out that they could actually be manipulated and turned into fucking agents and like fucking kill like what assassins. Like this
Mm-hmm.
isn't made up. It sounds like fucking The Bourne Identity, but it's like this is fact.
Right.
It's on
Well, I
the
mean, they're getting this from somewhere, and what we're finding now is it's from real events.
yeah. And what's my favorite part about being a conspiracy theorist is that the conspiracy theorists always end up being proven right in the end. Every fucking time. So it's like everyone's saying, like, why did Fenn do the chase? What is he trying to do? There are so many layers to it, but the most important layers are he's trying to tell a story about why his brother was murdered. He's trying to tell the story of how society changes you as a person and how to not lose yourself because of it. And he's also trying to show the world about true the true history, the truth of what is being hidden from us. Like that's monumental. It's bigger than D.B. Cooper. It's bigger than the Seven Cities of Gold. It is truly showing you how society takes it and molds it into what they want to basically fearmonger and make sure that you have to work a 9 to 5 job. Like, do you think if anyone actually knew the truth, there would be any war anymore? No, because that's the biggest way we have wars. Wars are always fought over politics and religion and power. So it's not just where do warm waters halt? It's not just 9 clues in the wilderness. It's like the biggest freaking discovery known to mankind.
Yeah, I'm with you there that this is much bigger than what anyone I think originally thought or what most thought. I think that there's always been people that have understood what's going on, possibly. I mean, Fenton himself as one, but yeah, I think that's the big takeaway is this is way bigger than we thought.
Yeah, so like what are we supposed to do?
Well, that's the next question. Exactly. What are we supposed to do with that? What's happening now? How does that help us with what we're going through right now?
How does that explain the blackmail and the cover-ups, the people being paid off, the betrayals?
For what?
Like for Fenn and what he was trying to do. It's
People not
clear
wanting
that
what he wants everyone to know, that information not getting out.
yeah, like he wants information to be put out there, and there's another side that doesn't want it out there.
Yeah.
Wait, who's paying for it? Oh, Hooli. Oh, hold on. So Hooli's like, Candy, did you just say the government's behind Stoof.com? And I was saying, based on certain elements that have been added in, regardless if they're like documentarians or not, I'm not saying all of it, but I'm saying there's an element that's always going to be associated with like government society. I'm not even kidding. Um, who's paying for it? Probably us and our taxes. Anytime you got the government, it's us and our taxes. Come on. What are y'all up to? Oh, Gigi's back in chat.
Oh, nice.
Before and on the fairway, the seller was complaining about 2 men. Wait, what? Wait, what? So Larry just said, before I dip out, before Forrest landed on that fairway, the seller was complaining about 2 men. Is he talking about the story of him landing and him the Russian art?
Maybe. He'd have to clarify.
It's kind of hard to remember. Complaining about 2 men. Okay, Larry's saying, in my opinion, Stoof.com is playing off of searcher solves and their thoughts and theories. Yeah, I've thought of that too, Larry, but there's some details in there that I haven't even shared with anybody, but I know it exists and it's already in there.
Are you saying about a solve or about information that you just have researched, or can you clarify that a bit?
I mean, like information I've been looking into, and I haven't like told anybody. I haven't like gone live about it. I've just been cracking away at it, and it's right there on the page.
So do you think they know that you, oh crap, I didn't spray this damn bowl. You think they know like that you're looking at, or you just think you're figuring out what we're trying to reveal?
So how do I explain it? So the troubadours have been creating puzzles and sharing information hidden within plain sight for as long as I know, like as far back as it goes, right?
Okay.
And there are certain guidelines and information that they always follow. And the more I chip away and start figuring out how they do it and what they do, that same information is there. Like prime example, you know how Jenny Kyle wrote an article called Midday Blue Apples, and it talks about the Rennes Le Chateau in France?
Yeah.
So that is another piece of the puzzle that actually links back to oh my god, what's the name? I forgot the name of the place I went to in Scotland. And
yeah,
Ben
you've
said
been talking about this midnight blue apple for like, I don't know, 4 years to me.
Yeah, because it's all connected, it's all linked. It's just ways that you fucking hide shit. So like basically the way that information is hidden by the troubadours is through poetry, through song, through art, through architecture. It's just different ways to do that. And Midday Blue Apples was this mysterious association with this like chapel, right? And what they thought was, okay, so on January 17th, midday, you look at this painting that was like put behind the stained glass window, and it like projects these like three blue dots or whatever. And they call them apples, midday blue apples. But the blue apples are some symbolism representing the blood of Christ, right?
Hmm.
And if you go back to oh my god, Roslyn Chapel, that was the name of the place. That's the reason why I went to Scotland. Roslyn Chapel is another piece of the puzzle that talks about the bloodline of Christ. And it's this big mystery, and I've been like cracking away at it for years, but it's all about the bloodline of Nostradamus that goes to Christ, and also the Medici family and how they had banking system. Right. So the Medicis were the ones that basically started the first banking system with the Freemasons, or not Freemasons, but the Knights Templar,
Uh-huh.
and they're the ones that have all the money. So keep in mind what happens if you have an unlimited amount of power and money and also knowledge. That's like the ultimate weapon. And that's what they've been moving around and hiding and protecting. And the way they do it is they put it throughout history. Like, here's an example I'll show. Just like the other day, I was on Facebook and like I get these random posts from these sites I follow, and they're like, hey, look at this painting. And the story of Tristan and Isolde.
Uh-huh.
So that's another retelling of Forbidden Love, Romeo and Juliet, but it's also the Grail. Check this out. Every time you find a painting during that timeline that is pertaining to the time of the troubadours, you're gonna find a fucking Grail cup every time. It doesn't matter like what happens. It's always a freaking Grail cup. Let me show
Okay.
you. Can you see this?
Yes.
Just randomly popped up. Tristan and Isolde. Look at there's the Grail cup.
Mm.
And then, oh look, random thing, Grail cup. The troubadours in the Grail cup.
Yeah.
Never.
No, I get what you're saying. Putting it in art, I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, it goes on for centuries, and I've been like chipping away for years. But like even Fenn, did you know when Fenn wrote in the chapter where he talks about how he touched George Washington?
Yeah.
The name of that painting is the key to understanding the secret school that he's associated with.
That painting.
Yep, that specific painting.
Mm.
Like, that's what I'm telling you. He likes to hide stuff in plain sight. And it's really cool too, because there's like, I don't know, there's so much that goes into it. I can't even explain it. And that school specifically is associated for CIA, by the way.
Oh, well, that does not surprise me.
Exactly. So there's just like a lot of stuff. So if you want to just break it down and go back like some more layman terms, the Codex. We all love talking about the Codex. What do we do with it? What does it mean? Why did Preston write it? Why did Fenn want Preston to write it?
Yeah.
Well, you go back to I think it was 1988. That's wait, no, I think it was it 88? I think it was 88. Again, I'm terrible with years, but Preston was introduced to Fenn by Michael Kremner. Michael Kremner, I believe, was the anonymous benefactor who purchased the Grolier Codex from the two grave robber brothers.
Hmm.
And so Preston was introduced to Fenn by Kremner because Fenn had the cartographer's journal. Esteban?
Yeah.
Esteban was the one that was the one mapping the destination that Coronado was taking to find the seven cities of gold. So that's why they teamed up, right? And Preston wrote a book called Cities of Gold. And Fenn even talks about it on his old blog. And he deleted all this before he launched The Thrill of the Chase, which I find is very fascinating. But the whole story is about Preston and his journey retracing the path of Coronado, looking for the seven cities of gold. Please explain to me, Ash, why every single time there's something that like connects or does something, it's always the seven cities of gold.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
every
it's
time.
easy to keep coming across it,
I
which
don't think
is,
I've even come across it. Like, why would Preston randomly go look for the seven cities of gold?
well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense that it's random. So you're coming across it in multiple stories in multiple situations, which is what makes it kind of stand out. But you're not
Yeah.
getting the full story. Like, okay, now you're telling me that Preston and Forrest ancestors like were, partners. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, go. I'll send you the links. Have fun with that one.
Yeah, you gotta send it to me because like that's crazy. I've read so much about Preston and Fenn and their friendship and listened to so many interviews. Like I didn't I think if you figure that out, that's something that you would say. Or you wouldn't say it, and there would be a reason why you wouldn't, you know?
No, I've done live multiple times and talked about it. I purchased the book by the Fisher family. Hold on, let me grab it real fast. I purchased the book by the Fisher family because when I found the story about George Fisher on Rick Hajovsky's website, all about Cozumel, which he took down, by the way. So you have to use the Wayback Machine to find that article because it's still there, but you got to use Wayback Machine. I bought the book and it was written by the Fisher family. Ugh. It's called The Fisher Family. And hold on 1 second. Let me. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, I see that. I can't really read it, but I see it.
See how it says the Fisher family?
Yes.
Remember Mel Fisher, the one that found the Etosha?
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier, I think.
I purchased this online for like $12. So the life of George Fisher, the history of the Fisher family in Mississippi. This is literally Jacksonville, Florida, all this, 1959. And it talks about everything about George Fisher. George Fisher is the one on the site. Look at that.
Oh wow.
Who do you see? Ash?
Well, who is that? I don't know. Is that supposed to
uh, Greg from Metal Detecting.
What's Ben saying?
Or
Yes.
talk to us about the Fisher treasure.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Ben's reminding me that watching Oak Island, or no, who was it? They were talking about the Fisher treasure.
Yeah, Mel Fisher.
Yeah.
So this is the picture I saw on Rick Hajovsky's site, and it was titled "The Man Who Purchased Cozumel" or something like that.
Uh-huh.
So that's what got me really interested. So the articles are actually on Rick Hajovsky's website where you can find all of
Okay.
it. And there's an article called "The Person Who Was the Inspiration for Indiana Jones." And then there's the other guy who is behind the writings of Treasure Island. And the both of them, one's related to Preston, the other is related to Fenn. They were the ones that teamed up together and found the Palace of Palenque.
Okay, so which one is this one related to?
This one's Fenn.
Mm.
So the Fisher family is related to Fenn, right? So he actually worked for the king and he went to Cozumel to purchase it because the king was looking for the seven cities of gold. And he had all of this top secret information on where the fleet of Spanish ships, especially the Etosha, and their path. He was one of the OG Freemasons, by the way. I think it's like in the back or something. Look, collector, secretary, secret agent. See, George Fisher was a secret agent who was employed by the king to look for the seven cities of gold.
I love your aggressive pointing.
I know.
It's like you're really making a point.
Well, it's my
I'm hearing.
favorite. Like, ask yourself, why did Skippy die in Cozumel? Why was he in Cozumel? Why
Dude,
is
everything about that is so interesting and curious.
Well, see, like you got the story of the Mississippi and everything. Remember how the Mississippi in the story for National Treasure, the TV series, had a link back to Montezuma's gold? I don't know if you read that or watch that show, but there's a lot of stuff where Montezuma goes back to Mississippi.
Okay.
So let me find the part where, hold on. So he was a secret agent for the king looking for Montezuma's gold. There's the Yucatan, Panama. I think he even goes back to freaking Honduras too. San Francisco. I don't know if you can see that. San Francisco. But there's a part where it talks about the Freemason Lodge. It has the names. Remember Pearl Davis? Pearl Davis is the one that married George Fisher.
Pearl?
Yeah, you know how like Fenn's mom's bloodline goes back to like Davis?
I
Where
don't
did
know
it
if
go?
I knew that, but you're saying
Yeah,
that Pearl Davis is connected through Fenn's maternal side.
yes.
Okay.
So it took me a long time to do this, and I've mentioned it multiple times on like my old channel and this channel. Let me find him. So
Have you
like
done have you done like genealogy? Like
yeah,
made like a tree and put it all together. You should do that and like present it. Like you should have it all mapped out. That would be interesting.
I actually sent it to Fenn. I emailed it to Fenn.
Oh, you did. So you've done it. Well, you should email it to me. I'd like to look at it or put it in Discord.
Yeah, let me find it and I'll send it. There's like a lot of stuff went into it. And I remember I went live one time and I was talking about Fenn's mom's side versus Fenn's dad's side. And the trick with Fenn's dad's side is that Fenn said his dad didn't know who his real father was. So that's where it gets tricky and fun. Let me see. There's a part in here where it talks about like the Freemason Lodge. Because essentially what happened was Fisher was recruited and turned into an agent for the king. And he was sent there to purchase Cozumel because they were looking for Montezuma's treasure. And the links to it was when Coronado and all that shit went down. That's when the treasure, part of the treasure, was moved from Coronado to like what the Yucatan or whatever to over in Florida with the Tosha because
Yeah.
they were like moving shit around. And that's also how you
Well, of
explain the
course,
first.
to protect it and hide it.
Yeah, and so earlier when I was talking about how I sent some messages to Shiloh and how I was asking him about the Salvador that Dale and Creighton discovered.
Mm-hmm.
I found records that actually showed that the Salvador was actually recovered from the fleet of Spanish ships, and they ended up moving it years later, and they named a warship after the Salvador again. And that's what had the information about the Etosha and other stuff on there, like Montezuma, the Seven Seas Gold. And that's actually the ship that the Fenn family discovered.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like I have all that stuff. Let me see.
So
There's
do
a
you
handbook.
think you have this? It's not easy to find. It's taken a lot of research and a lot of digging and a lot of your time. But it's good that you
Yeah.
put these together. So you need to share those things because those are interesting things. I would be interested to see that. But what do you think? I'm going to sneeze. What is, how do you take all of this, put it together? How do you apply it to what we're living in now? Like, how does this, well, let me ask you, are you trying to figure out like what the story is that's going to be revealed? Do you think that it's all out there? Do you think that there are uh, some things that aren't available to find, secrets or things that will be revealed? Like where's your head at when you come across this kind of thing?
So remember Fenn's story about Dancing with the Stars
Yes, I do.
and how he said, how would he be able to shape the future?
Yeah, yes. Uh-huh.
That's it. That is literally when a man
So
says,
he's
so when he said this is the thrill of the chase is the most profound thing he's ever done, when people think it's just about a man going out
right.
into the wilderness to drop off a box of
No,
gold, that's not
it's
it.
no, it's not. I agree with you
So
there.
he talks about how can he actually, let me grab it real fast. Hold on.
And that's a TCOTC right here.
I like momentarily misplaced it for a while and I didn't know where the hell I put it.
What?
TTOTC.
Oh, Well, that's a terrible feeling. I couldn't find our copy of the Codex forever. I know Ben read it when we were camping in Yellowstone, and I couldn't find it, so I had to just get another one. And now I've read it so many times, it literally broke in half. So
Yeah,
I'm probably have to get a third now.
you should get the audiobook. I listened to the audiobook. I still haven't finished the Codex, and shame on me, but I get
I'm
distracted easily.
you got to finish the Codex. It's incredible, first of
I
all.
know, but this is the thing, Ash. Every time I do it, because everyone needs to realize that not only Fenn was CIA, but Preston's also associated with the CIA. We already know that as a fact. He was used as a really important piece of evidence and a tool to get the was the shit. What was the something killer? I forgot the name. You know, in Vienna, or what the fuck it was.
You gotta let me
He's
remind you.
CIA, Fenn CIA. So
A spinning
anytime,
elbow?
Oh, so good.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just
anytime you find a book, it's not just a book; it's a puzzle. So my issue is every time I start reading the Codex, I start finding puzzles. Um, okay, so Dancing with the Millennium. I've always had a love for history, and that's why I like to collect and talk about old things. Maybe it's because the people who lived in olden times seem so mysterious to me. I've wondered what they did when they weren't doing anything, but those who will be living in the future really arouse my curiosity. Someday, will all of the land in New Mexico be covered with houses and asphalt? Will there be no requirement for farmers because everyone will be eating food pills made with chemicals instead of eating real broccoli and squash? That might not be all bad. If those things really come about, what will people do for fresh air fun? With populations increasing so rapidly, maybe there won't be room for a lot of things we enjoy doing today, like hunting and hiking and looking across the desert just for the fun of seeing nothing at all. It seems so sad to me. Most of those thoughts discourage me because there may not be any more history in the making like there was in the past. And worse, what can one person do that might impact life 1,000 years from now? I've given that a lot of thought because little things can be so important in our lives. For example, do you know how long a piece of iron is needed to make a horseshoe? So, like, he talks about all this stuff, right? And he's
yeah,
like, I've never been willing to stand idly by and be part of a forgotten history when I may be able to impact future events. My part will be very small in the big picture, but huge to me. Safe upon the solid rock the ugly houses stand, come and see my shining palace built upon the sand. That is why he did the thrill of the chase. That is the most profound thing he's ever done. And it's not about a box of gold in the wilderness. It is the story of how it shapes one's future. He talks about how is the future going to be so bad we're going to eat pills for dinner?
mm,
Is the future going to be so bad that we're not even be able to enjoy fresh air or go hiking and enjoy the simple pleasures of nature? Think about that. What destroys that? What does he keep talking about all the time? Why did he write the chapter My War for Me? He talks
Yeah.
about war.
Fight. End the fight.
What's Ben saying?
he's watching UFC.
Oh, dork. I'm just saying, he's like Dancing with Millennium. He talks about a romantic historian is going to discover one of his jars. Why is it a
Mhm.
romantic historian?
Mm.
The time of romantic historians is the time of the troubadours.
He doesn't just say things, everything means something. So, I agree. There are some foreshadowing here when he's saying this stuff. He's not saying it to be saying it. He's hinting, he's telling us this is what's going to happen. So I do think it's important and it's interesting. I just wonder what it is, if like you'll be able to figure it all out, or what it is that will be revealed, or when, or like you said, if we ever get the real story even.
Well, like, look at his poem, Ode to Peggy Jean. The very first line says, Today I looked up in the sky and saw a sparrow on the fly. What ancient secrets does he know? Why am I here and cannot go? That's the same as, so why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek?
Mm-hmm,
Trove. Trove
mm-hmm.
is ancient secrets. Everyone thinks it's about the gold. It's not. The gold was the test. The gold was like, are you wanting to know the true knowledge, or are you wanting to sell out and just care about money and society?
Yeah, well, I mean, what an interesting way to test people too.
Well, that's why so many people fail when they go looking for the cities of gold.
Yeah.
They truly think that they're going to find gold, they're going to find riches, it's going to change their life for the better. Why is money going to make your life better?
Right.
It's knowledge, it's
Well, the
power.
story.
It's power.
Yeah.
So it's like we know that Ode to Peggy Jean goes back to epilogue, which gives us the crescent moon with the dove. That's the dove, that's the turtle dove.
Yeah.
Like that's the most important piece of anything that we have in this book. And your wonderful husband was the one that saw that if you use the flashlight with that symbol, the crest, it shows protecting. And you could go
Yeah.
online and you could see that the troubadour crest is literally the crescent moon with the turtle dove and it says protecting. So,
Well, we figured it out. So give prize. What do we get?
we didn't figure it out because we're still fucking fighting with each other. We're still trying to sell each other out. We're blackmailing. We're destroying. We're suing. Like, it's absolutely nothing near what Fenn wanted.
Well, this is what I'm saying is what is it that we have to do? Is there anything we have to do? Is there anything we have to figure out? What are we supposed to do with this?
Yeah, we need to stop being assholes. We need to stop killing the planet. Like that's literally like the two most important chapters that Fenn wrote in TTOTC was Dancing with the Millennium and My War for Me. Those two chapters are the most important chapters.
I definitely think they're important.
And you know what's funny is like I love puzzles so much. And you know how Fenn said like in the mountains north of somewhere north of Santa Fe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Always is somewhere. And then you've got the most intriguing pages of the chapters somewhere, right? So you've got what was it? The Long Ride Home shows somewhere in Wyoming. And then Looking for Lois and Clark is somewhere in Montana. Somewhere. Nowhere else in any of these chapters on any of these stamps is somewhere. It's only those two chapters. You've got Wyoming, you got Montana. Well, and then there's Golden Moor, but we already know that one. That's somewhere north of Santa Fe. But look at that. There's literally just two chapters that have somewhere. Begin at where, somewhere, Warm Waters Halt. And he gives you the option of either Montana or Wyoming.
I like it. I really do.
But like that's what's so fascinating too is like it's an onion, it's layers, right? You think you could peel back the very first layer. The very first layer is the memoir and trying to figure out where Warm Waters Halt, right? And then once you start doing that, you start peeling more and more layers and it starts getting deeper and deeper. It's not just, somewhere where Warm Waters Halt and it's not the home of Brown. Okay. It's not just the story about fishing. It's not about the memories of his family. Okay. Well, they like fishing. So it's going to take you a fishing hole. Is it Montana? Is it Wyoming? It's not just that. Okay. What else do we learn? He learns about, how we're destroying nature and how he's really a big environmentalist. It keeps peeling back more layers. Oh, wow. His brother was killed in Cozumel. That's a new layer. Keep going. Oh, My War for Me. Wait, what is this? Okay, keep going. Oh, he's got a story about the long ride home with his brother. Okay, that's fascinating. Like there's so many layers and it keeps getting peeled back and going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
And
it's
that's
like,
why he says it's the most profound thing he's ever done because it's not just about a box of gold somewhere in the Rockies. It's so much more.
yeah. And how would he be able to tell a story and have people actually care about it if he didn't do the very thing that he was against? Make it all about the gold. Like, be honest with yourself.
See,
I
that last
never
part,
would have
make it
found it.
all about the what? Money?
Yeah, about the gold.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he is a really, really good marketer.
Mm-hmm.
How he started his gallery and how he bought and sold art. All the stories that I've read about that. I mean, he's good at it. So of course, yes. If he's sitting there going, okay, I have this, I'm going to do this. I have this story. I have this idea. How do I get it out there? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Enticing a bunch of people with a box of gold is a really good way.
Well, think about this too. Out of all the treasure hunts that you've ever participated in or learned about or anything like that, has any of them been so interactive with the players?
Right. No, they're typically not. I mean, he really did something different by interacting the way that he did.
And you know what was fascinating? When I first started talking to him, he was like, "Tell me about you and DJ." And he wanted to know about our lives. And I, at the time, was working for one of the mortgage companies. And I was like, "Hey, I do marketing and I'm a recruiter. That's what I do." And he's like, "Oh, you have more money than me. You're a big time big shot." And I was like, "What are you talking about? I have no money." Like,
Yeah.
it's funny, but I'm like, "You got me all wrong." And it was so funny because he wanted to know about me. He wanted to know about DJ. I get invited to his house, and that's literally all he wanted to talk about was me. And I'm like, okay. And then out of nowhere, he just 180s. He's like, "So the warm waters of the fire hole." And I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like, why would he do that? I'm sitting on the couch and I'm like trying to look at the books and stuff because I'm like a book nerd. And I wasn't even thinking about anything else. I was just like, books. He's like,
Yeah.
"So the warm waters of the fire hole." And I'm just like, and then he was all telling me about all the people that emailed him. And he's like, "Look at this person that just emailed me. What does this mean?" And I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Like, and it sucks because I am so mad at myself for wasting my turn meeting him and taking DJ with me too. Oh my God, I regret that so much
Why? Because you
because,
just,
well, I was afraid to be myself because
yeah.
I was with DJ and DJ was always watching me and judging me. And so I didn't get to talk about what I want to talk about, which was
Right.
the chess motif and all these rabbit holes that I was finding, Pandora's box. I just had to sit there and be like, the fire hole.
Well, and maybe you were a bit nervous too, you know? It's a little different through email versus face to face with someone that you've done so much research on.
Yeah, but you know what sucks is like you're in the study and it's filled with the most mind-blowing history that anyone can ever be in the presence of. And I didn't even know that. He had a
Mm,
vault full of so many pieces of history that would just blow anyone's mind.
yeah,
He had the book that was so rare that the only other copy in existence is in the Louvre in Paris.
that's crazy. Yeah, he liked to collect things that nobody else had, you know? He liked having those things that there was only a few of or one of.
Yeah, and I was supposed to go back like right after the Fenn finale. I was making plans to fly back out there because I was like, I feel like I messed up going there the
You're going to
first
do it by
time.
yourself this time?
Yeah, I was. I have the emails and everything, and he was like, "Okay, let's go." Because I was always like, "Oh, I'm coming back from here. I'm so close. I can come back." And he's like, "Yeah, come back." And I'd always be like, "Oh no." And then for my birthday, I remember that year, I was like, "I want to go." And then that terrorist crap was happening, so I got like super scared, and I was like, "I don't want to go now." And
Yeah.
then it just kept happening, and finally, the Fenn finale, I was like, "I need to go back." And he's like, "Okay, come back." And he was gonna let me do an interview and everything. Next
Yeah.
day, he died.
Oh, no.
Pretty crazy. And what's even more crazy is like I got an email right before he died. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense, Ash. It's weird. It's really weird. All of this is weird.
Won't argue with you there. There's some weird stuff.
What?
But I won't argue with you there. There's some weird stuff, man.
Yeah. It's, there's just, I don't know. It's just, I love puzzles, but then also it like breaks my brain. But this is like the best puzzle I've ever come across. Like, I discovered Soldier Stone. I discovered the chess motif. I discovered Parzival. I discovered the Troubadours. I discovered secret society schools. I've discovered freaking the Emerald Tablet. I've discovered so much. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Like Seven Seas of Gold, there you go. Victoria Peak, cool. Jackie Kennedy and her secret ties to it, cool. Like everything. Cozumel, inspiration behind Indiana Jones, Palace of Palenque, like so much. So when people sit there and tell me that I'm an adult or I am a know nothing bimbo that needs to suck on a lollipop, I find that highly fucking entertaining.
Well, listen, it's better when they underestimate you. Let them.
It's just funny. And I just miss, having those really good intellectual conversations about history and the mysteries of the world. Like, what's really cool that I was watching? There's this guy on TikTok, I forgot his name, but he like found topographical evidence that suggests we're living on like actual dragons. Have you seen it?
Dragons?
Dragons. Dragons existed. Like you had them in the time of the troubadours, you have them in the time of the Mayans. Like they had dragons. And there's like it's the coolest thing ever. It literally he goes over in Google Maps and he shows, and what's even wilder are the areas like in the Grand Canyon specifically. I think, yeah, when he was talking about this was talking about like the Grand Canyon and like other places. The places that are around the topographical area that looks like a dragon are named dragon.
Oh gosh.
It's so cool. I'm like, it's this type of thinking and this type of discovery that we need in the world. Like, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's called imagination, and nobody is proven right or wrong ever. You've got like people with PhDs telling you, well, because this piece of paper says I'm smarter than you, my word is, the last thing. Like, my word is the decision. Like, I'm the one that's smarter than you because I have a piece of paper. And
Right.
no one's smarter than the other person. It's just a different fucking point of view. So,
Right.
literally sitting there saying, hey, what about if we think of it this way instead of that way? That's how discoveries happen. That's why you've got inventors and researchers and explorers. They were the ones that were like, hey, what if we looked at it this way? And that's what the thrill of the chase is supposed to inspire and bring out in people. We're not supposed to shut each other up and be like, you're an idiot. I don't like that theory. We're supposed to be like, oh, cool. I like that thought. What if we build on it with this?
Right. Working together.
And that's what we're lacking. Our egos are like shutting everyone down. Like, granted, it does get really hard when people talk about their gosh darn solves. It's like, it's not about a solution. It's about, what he's trying to teach you and stories. But I mean, like, I'm guilty of it. When Ben used to talk about DB Cooper, my eyes used to glaze over and I was like, what the fuck do I do with this?
Yeah, I remember that.
Exactly. It's like the same thing that I get when I talk about the Codex. People are like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
But eventually it comes out that there is validity to it. Had two
Well,
seasons.
and by connecting multiple things, like you're saying, all of this research and different things, different poems, and then words Forrest, wrote and said.
I'm just sad that I'm so lazy. I should be writing a book like Packer did.
Dude, he crushed it. I feel like he really did a great job.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to take him longer. When I heard he was doing it, I assumed it would take longer, but he really he knocked it out.
Well, what's so cool and wild is like all his research and his book, some of the elements that he was talking about connect
Mm.
with some of the stuff that I've been talking about.
Mm.
And like we've never collaborated.
Wow. Well, that's a good good confirmer, I think.
Well, that's too like with the, Davy B. A lot of people like to, talk poorly about Davy B and say he's crazy. And same thing with Mario, right? Especially Mario. Everyone likes to try and give crap to Mario. And I'm like, why? He's just
I love
sharing.
Mario.
Yeah, me too. It's like he just shares things. And I understand people get a little intimidated because he's like, hey, this is fact, this is fact. And everyone's like, how can you say it's fact? I get that.
Right.
But I've never talked to him and I've never talked to Davey B. And there are things that they both say that are exactly the same things that I've discovered and that I've found in my research, and I've never told anybody. So, like, how do you explain complete strangers on the opposite side of the world? Like,
Yep.
one's in Australia, one's in the UK. I'm
Right.
here in California. How are we talking about the same things?
Yep.
And then you know what's funny is Tonight Street was like trying to talk crap and he was like, people that talk about Nostradamus. Like, you do realize that Nostradamus is like a huge piece of this, right? Like, that's how, Mario talks about what he talks about. Like, there's some really cool puzzles. And Nostradamus was also associated with the troubadours. That's how you solve the puzzle that's in the last book of Nostradamus that was hidden away in the Vatican Library. Like, this shit just never stops. It's basically like you feel like finding a puzzle. Okay, you're gonna find like 5,000 puzzles within a puzzle. Pretty much what it is.
Well, listen, I think it could be very much like you with the DB Cooper, where at first people just kind of poo-poo the idea or go, no, absolutely not. And then after time, if it is legitimate and real, enough things come together that make people that were non-believers or doubted go, okay, well, they go from going absolutely not to, well, this could be possible to maybe, and then sometimes agreeing.
I feel like the time when that actually happens, when people start to say, oh, that was actually real, it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be late.
Too late.
It's gonna be too late. Like, look around at the world right now. Look at how we're just treating each other in the chase community, and then look outside. And every day, it just blows my mind that I'm still like functioning in society and just here, like how we're all here. We've got a baked potato for president, like, and all these other countries pissed off at us. We've like freaking Putin has evidence that we are responsible for some of the most fucked up things that have ever happened in history for war crimes. Like, we are enemy number one to all other countries, right? You've got all this shit popping off because of money, just like before. Like, every time there's a war, it's not to do the right thing. It is to gain more money, more power, to be able to fearmonger with the
Right.
church, with religion, with freaking war. Like, that's what it is. So by the time people finally realize what's going on, it's going to be too late. We've already got fucking nukes. Like, they literally, Russia is just chilling in Florida waters right now, over by Cuba, right? With nukes. Like,
Mm.
you know that Florida, that part of Florida where that nuke's chilling, it is actually a huge piece of the oh my God, what's that crack over here in California again? San Andreas
Oh,
Fault. You know, it
yeah.
goes all the way to Florida.
Yeah. The San Andreas. Yeah.
Yeah. People don't really know that, like, the crack, it goes all the way to Florida. So if you were to actually detonate a nuke over right in that area for Florida, Miami specifically, it would cause a chain reaction that would literally crack the entire San Andreas Fault, which means that all of California would go into the ocean, which means it would wipe out like 60% of the fucking earth.
Yeah.
And we've got a potato for president with a button. How great is that?
Well, and then Trump was, there was an attempted assassination today. So there you go.
That's what's so crazy. It's just like, what the fuck? And then have you seen those books? I forgot who wrote them, but they were from a long time ago. It's called The Last President. Have you seen those books?
Uh-uh.
So basically, okay, so before I even tell you this, you know how Nikola Tesla, right before he died, they like discovered all his research and how he was looking into time travel and stuff?
Yeah, like his notebooks and all this shit.
So Trump's, I think it was uncle, may have been his uncle, someone in his family was actually a part of that recovery team. And the files and the briefcases that had the research on time travel and all that shit went missing.
Oh gosh.
Did you know that?
No.
So these books that were written way back in the day, like I think it was the 1600s, it's called The Last President. And there's like lots of pieces in the books where it talks about, like, it has the address for Trump and all this other shit. But basically it's saying Barron Trump, his son, is the last president. And all
Oh,
this fucked up shit happens. And one of them is about how the world is like covered in 60% water. And like there's a new world order, like there's all this fucked up shit that goes down, right? And they're trying to like prevent it from happening. And it even talks about time travel in this book from the 16 fucking hundreds.
Oh my God.
Like, how do you explain that stuff, Ash? This is fucking trippy.
Aliens. Yeah, aliens. That's how I explain it.
Probably. You know, the dude with the tinfoil hat was like, aliens.
Hey, what about the freaking UFO in Hebgen Lake?
Oh yeah, I love that article.
Yeah, man.
That one was pretty cool. Did you see all the people associated with that like disappeared?
Like who?
Like all the people that were there that day when it went down, like they disappeared. There's one
Oh,
person left that was able to tell the story.
oh, that does not surprise me.
Yeah, I
But
forgot.
that was crazy. That was the moment when I found that where I was like, okay, all right, because that's like the last thing. The more that I have learned about Forrest Fenn and his life and people that were in his life and their history and their background and how all of that ties together, and then the last I just was like, okay, what else is next? I mean, it's CIA, it's government, it's art, it's treasure, it's conspiracies, it's government, it's all of this. The last thing there is aliens, and then whoop, there you go, UFO, Hebgen Lake, where Forrest was all the time. So
Mm-hmm. And Hebgen Lake is a very fascinating area. Like,
well,
what's so fascinating too is like the entire mountain fell. And
yeah,
do you
man.
know Ben was the one who actually was the financer or whatever that built Hebgen Lake a Discovery Center?
Oh well, I mean, of course.
Well, what's really interesting too is everything that Fenn's associated with has secret basements. So like I forgot who it was that was invited into his basement at his house. I think it may have been Nelica, I can't remember. But then there's a secret basement in the Hebgen Lake Discovery Center that's top secret. And then you're gonna love this, a basement that's top secret in Bullwinkle's in West Yellowstone.
Oh yeah, I knew about that.
Like, what's up with all these secret basements? I want to go down there now.
I know, right?
Like, I want the forbidden knowledge. Have you seen
Yes,
those
give me the
books?
secret tour. Give me the secret ghost tour. That's what I want of all these places. Not just what you come in and you see them as a patron. Give me the secret tour.
Well, you gotta ask yourself too, why is Shiloh looking for a specific book from a specific, I think what was it, 2018? It's like there was a book that his granddad had, and then it went missing in like sometime between like I think 2018 to 2019. Why is
What book? Do you know what book it is? Or it's just a book that went missing?
My theory, I think it's the Cartographer's Journal of Esteban, but I honestly I don't know which book it is. And that's just my own theory. Like I think Shiloh said before he's not looking for anything specific or anything like that, but I'm gonna be stubborn as hell and be like, nah, I think I'm onto you. But he was trying to create an archive of all the books that his granddad had because like a lot of them are missing and he wants to try and like replenish those missing books.
Ah, why would
Yeah,
they
so
be
it's
missing?
yeah, exactly.
How can you
Why
even
are they
find out what's
missing?
missing if you didn't have an archive of all of the books already?
Yeah, exactly. And I was trying to help him. I reached out to a few people that had like some pictures or like were gifted some of the books and stuff like that. But the most interesting character was this woman named, I think her name was Mindy at WSOF this year. And she was like super strange about, talking to Shiloh. Like she did not want to talk to Shiloh, but she had over like 50 photos of Fenn's entire library.
So you gave those. Oh
No,
no,
I don't
she
have
had
them.
them.
Cynthia allegedly has them or something, but I don't know if she sent them to Shiloh. So like what happened was I was running around in the food court and Shiloh was FaceTiming me, right? So we could go talk to everybody. And then I went over and I was like, hey, this lady's name's Mindy or whatever. And Shiloh got interested real quick, real fast. And then he was asking some questions. And then later on, he was, I think, emailing or like messaging Cynthia trying to know information on her, and she was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna, like, no. And she was kind of being like
Hmm.
really top secret about it.
Mindy was or Cynthia was?
Mindy was
Oh,
this
okay.
lady named Mindy. I'm not talking about the regular Mindy that everyone knows. It's
Right.
a different Mindy.
Right.
But it's just weird because it's like he's trying to find evidence of archival books from his granddad, and this random stranger has all these photos of his granddad's library, and she like won't give it to him. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? That's weird. How
Huh.
did she get all these books, like pictures?
Yeah. Yeah. And what was her story? Like, is she around? Is she on blogs or
I don't
board?
know, but like when I met her, she was so sweet. I really liked her, and she was like so like she went up to me and she introduced herself and she hugged me and she was like, when those trolls were bullying you and doing all that stuff to you, like I felt so bad for you, and I just wanted to give you a hug and say, I never thought that of you. And she was just so sweet, and I was like, okay, thank you, random stranger. Like, nice to meet you too, you know. And then all that just random weird shit about the library came down. I was like, let's go.
So
Like,
she had knowledge of what you'd gone through, which means she was watching, right?
yeah, but it's like the books. I know the books are so important. So, like, honestly, I think Ben took those books and hid them somewhere. Like, there are some very, very rare, very powerful, knowledgeable books that he was in possession of. And you got to think this man's always planning ahead, right? He's always like 5 steps ahead. And I believe that not all of his family, maybe not all of his family understood what he was doing. Maybe he didn't want to involve them in it because it was dangerous. I don't know. It's just my theories or whatever, right? So, what would you do? You would make sure that this very important knowledge that needed to be protected and guarded was moved. It was secreted away. It was protected.
So you're thinking certain books were moved, secreted away, given away on purpose for their protection. And now Shiloh is saying, I want to see all of the books. I want to know what all the books he had.
Yeah, I think Shiloh's kind of struggling trying to figure something out. I'm not saying he's not smart. This man's very intelligent. He is the grandson of Forrest Fenn. He's very intelligent. He's very kind and genuine. And that's why I will always be Team Shiloh. I will always, like, whatever I can do to help him, I will always do it without hesitation.
100%.
Also, like, over here, like, rabbit holes, rabbit holes. Like, I
But
know there's so much more to this.
could it also be that Shiloh, because he's so smart and channeling his inner Forrest Fenn, could it also be that he's asking questions or reaching out about certain things just to see what you know, or just to see what's out there, or just to see what you're thinking? Maybe he wants to hear that this book he's telling you he's looking for is, he wants to hear what your thoughts are on what that book would be.
Well, see, that's the thing. He never stated that he was specifically looking for a book. I was theorizing it, right? I even told him, I'm like, hey, I've got a hunch you're looking for something. He's like, no, not really. I'm just looking to see, like, I'm trying to archive because he said, like, the books meant a lot to him. I'm like, okay, get that. But to even further my point, when Forrest wrote the White House doodles with Ehrlichman, and the lawyer was like, you're going to be sued. You cannot do this. You're going to put yourself in danger, your family in danger. And then you find out Ehrlichman basically died because of, so quote unquote natural causes, which is not true at all. He burned all but a couple copies. He had one copy in his library, and then he mailed a few to top secret friends that he trusted.
Mm.
Think about that. Why did he have to have these books secreted away? Because they are full of information that puts him and his family in danger. And that was all about the Watergate scandal and Victoria Peak. So,
But
yeah.
then there's a whole plan to reveal this incredible story and everything that he's done and his family has done, and what we don't know, and the reasons behind why he created this treasure hunt, because it wasn't just about the box of gold that was out in the Rockies, right? I
Yeah.
mean, so then is the plan just to come out, the story comes out at a certain time when it is safer
You mean like that capsule? It's not supposed to be let out to like what, 2026?
Right.
Oh, what's interesting is that when you research, you get on the rabbit hole about Ehrlichman, Victoria Peak, and the Watergate scandal. The Watergate scandal was actually even put into motion just so they could use discovery of evidence to prove that Nixon was behind Victoria Peak. Like you could look that up, that's fact. And there was I guess you could say like a mole or someone, a whistleblower that was going to come forward and expose everything they had on Nixon and how it pertained to Victoria Peak. And they had, so Ehrlichman was one of them. And then there was an anonymous, mysterious person that was associated with him. Well, next thing you know, Ehrlichman dies. And then Fenn's told, hey, you try and put that out there, like you're going to be in trouble. Think about it.
You cut out on the last part. You said, so say the last sentence again.
Oh, like, so next thing you know, Ehrlichman dies and Fenn's told, like, or, well, first Fenn's told he can't put this out there. And then after that's Ehrlichman dies of quote unquote natural causes.
Mm.
So it's fascinating. You look at the White House doodles, and the White House doodles, there's an image in there because Fenn showed me this book when I was at his house.
Yeah.
There's the aberration of the leg, right? There's this famous image that they sketched while the Watergate scandal trial was going on. One of the lawyers, I forgot her name, but it's an exact match. Here, let me show you. I forgot I'm live and I have things. Hold on. Let me show you the fun stuff. Okay, so if you go to Gypsy Magic,
Okay.
my favorite, and I showed this to Fenn too. He cracked up. Where are you? Gypsy Magic is always hard to find. It's somewhere in here. In the middle. Don't judge me. It's been a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
there.
Okay. So see, there's a like, it's an extra leg, right?
Yes. Yes.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Nixon.
Yeah.
Nixon. Nixon in the grass.
And
The extra leg.
and I think that a lot of clues and hints have double duty, double meaning. And you know that Nixon ties to DB Cooper, ha ha ha. So
Exactly. And it ties to the assassination of Kennedy. So Fenn writes a book with Ehrlichman, right? And next thing you know, his lawyer's like, yeah, you can't do it. Your family and you are going to be in a lot of trouble. You could die. You could be sued. Like the worst shit you could think of, right? Do you think that Maverick's going to actually conform to societal standards and be like, okay, I'm not going to do it? No.
yeah, no.
He's going to be smart like Nostradamus and he's going to hide it in plain sight.
I like it.
That's what he always does. He always hides it in plain sight. So you got the original that was mailed out to friends. And then you got him being like, you know what? I'm going to get even more, of a maverick. And I'm going to write this lovely little innocent book about my life and my family. And I'm going to add a treasure to it. Harmless, right?
So the story gets out. Yeah.
That's 100% how they do it. So
it's just brilliant.
That's why you got DB Cooper. It's why you got Ha Ha Ha. That's why you got Packer
And
Jack.
you know what? Forrest Fenn should be recognized for the brilliance. But I think that's what we need to focus on. And sometimes you're right, we get to fighting and we forget about that. We forget about why we're all here and what brought us here. And I think that's really, really important. It's about
what's funny though?
What?
Is I'm the wild card. Like some people, in my opinion, are in this because they were brought in by Fenn, right? Like they're old associates with Fenn or they were a puzzle piece to be moved on the board. And I'm coming in, this ditzy little valley girl from California. That's like, why do you have this treasure chest? I want to know more. Oh, pay no mind to it. Oh, yep. The rest of my life's dedicated to figuring out what the hell this thing is. And now it's like a freaking butterfly effect of unlocking everything. And I'm just like over here like, la da 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 da. And everyone else who's strategically put in play for all of this is looking at me like, are you a part of it or are you not? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just finding shit out.
Or
Or what?
or you are a part of it and you're saying these things and doing these things to make sure that parts of this story are out.
Oh, trust me. If I was actually a part of it, I would literally just say I'm a part of it. Like, I would be like,
That's why they
everybody,
can't give you anything.
I'm tired of the fighting. I'm a part of it. Just get your shit together. Like, if I knew how to fucking make the shit fast forward, I would in a heartbeat. I'm still over here chasing secret society schools. I'm still here figuring out the there was I did it at work a couple of months ago. The whole tie-in with the Midday Blue Apple, so Renez Le Chateau, and then you got Roslyn Chapel. There was another mystery in the actual town I stayed in with Mindy, which by the way makes it very sus now that I think about it.
Yeah.
So there was this little town that we drove through, and I was like, "Oh, this looks so cool!" Like I can't even explain it to you, Ash. I was so excited. I'm like, "Let's go to the tavern. Let's get a beer." And everyone's like, "No, we need to do this, this, and this." And I was like, actually throwing a fit. I'm like, "You guys, I want to go to the tavern and get a fucking beer," and they're like, "No." So I was like really butthurt about it, but like whatever. So then I'm like going through Facebook and I come across this article, and it's like, "Oh, the super old town in Scotland that was actually built by the Knights Templar." And I'm
Oh,
like, wait, that's the town we drove through. What? This is so
oh,
cool. So I'm like reading about it, and they're like, oh yeah, there's this mythology or this lore behind the town that claims there's this riddle that if you could figure it out will lead you to the Knights Templar treasure. And I'm like, oh, cool. Let's see what we can do with this. And so I'm sitting there cracking it while I'm at work. And I figured out that there was pieces of this riddle that actually pertain to a book. And I think I sent it to Ben that same day. I was like poking into it. It was either you or Ben. And it leads back to Roslyn Chapel and
oh.
Chateau Renez. It's all pieces, like they're fucking scattered throughout the world. Like one's in France, one's in freaking Scotland. Then you've got another one. I think there was Edinburgh, there was Scotland, Aberdeenshire, that's what it was. So it was France, Aberdeenshire, and then the other one was I think Aberdeenshire was actually where Rosalind Chapel was. So it's Aberdeenshire and Paris. Like, isn't that fascinating?
It's crazy that you drove through that town. It makes me think of a story of Lyndon Johnson is also connected with Richard Nixon and this whole Victoria Peak
Oh
gold
yeah.
scandal, right? I
Yeah.
went I went glamping one year for my birthday uh to this place in Texas, and there was a barn that was allegedly built by Lyndon B. Johnson.
Really?
Yeah, it was really, really cool. It was like, this glamping place was like in the middle of nowhere, and it was on this giant piece of property, and there were donkeys, and it was actually really incredible and beautiful. And this outdoor kitchen that I cooked in, it was so cool. But there was this giant barn. And so you'd eat underneath in the barn, and they were like, you can't go into the barn. It's old, like the barn is off limits. You could be downstairs in it, but there was this whole like second level inside the barn, and there was a window, and I was so intrigued by it, kind of like you with like secret basements or something. And so the one night I was there, I got really drunk, and I was like, I'm going up into the barn, I'm going up. And there was like a rope, and so here I am, wasty pants, like trying to climb. I think I was wearing like it's just ridiculous, like boots and like who knows what, but I'm like climbing up, like reverse lapel. Like I'm trying to climb up this barn with this stupid rope, halfway through laughing till I'm almost peeing my pants, going like, what am I actually doing here? Am I actually going to get up here? But I did. I got up there, and I was like, yes. So but it's weird that it was a Lyndon Johnson built barn. And then however many years later, I hear all of these stories, and then I learn more about him and how he's connected to Nixon and Victoria Peak and all, this gold that's missing. Like it's just, it's just interesting how the universe works. And so it reminds me of you driving through this little town that you felt called to. Why did I feel called to climb up to that barn? I remember it, and I remember Lyndon Johnson because that story and what I did. And you driving through this little town and going, man, this is so cool. I want to stop and have a beer at a tavern here. Like, because you knew, you felt it. I don't know. I just think the universe puts things in your life, calls you towards things. It's fascinating, really.
Well, you know what's really cool too? So a couple of years ago on YouTube, I discovered this man who I like to call him the Scottish Forrest Fenn. And he was obsessed with the lore of Scotland, right? And fairies. And allegedly, he actually found fairies. And what's fascinating is the town that he was in, the secret little town, has one of the coolest lore, fantasy, whatever you want to call it, backgrounds that you could ever research. And there was actually these really cool stories like used as inspiration to write about it. And allegedly, there's this theory, this lore that a boy was trying to sell some horses or whatever because the family couldn't. It's kind of a Jack and the Beanstalk type story. So he like goes to town and he's supposed to sell like these horses or something so his family could have dinner. And he comes across this white bearded man. This is back in like the olden days, right? Like King Arthur days. And he's like, I need your horses. And so he's like, okay. So he has them follow him to this like random rock outcropping. And he's like, oh, give me a second. I'll give you some money, right? So all of a sudden, these rocks just part like the Red Sea. There's just random, like,
What?
in a mountain just parts. And inside the mountain is King Arthur and his men. And the story is that they're waiting for the Armageddon, basically, right? The end of all days to come reawaken and fight. And I'm like, what? This is the craziest story. And it's so crazy because like it's called the Wizard's Well. There's this area over there called the Wizard's Well, and they claim that's like the fountain of youth. So if you were to drink from the Wizard's Well, it's going to keep you eternal or whatever. But it's like this random ass story about this kid. And he's like getting yelled at, go fucking sell a horse. He comes across this magical magician who's Merlin, by the way. And he's basically like, I need your horse. Okay, let's go follow me. I need all your horses, right? And he opens up a mountain, and there you go. There's fucking King Arthur just chilling in a mountain. He's like, yeah, he's there. He'll be awoken when the end of the days come and he needs to fight. It's just like, what? Where the fuck does this shit come from?
Right?
But what's interesting is this old man who's on YouTube who reminds me of like Scottish Forrest Fenn. He has these videos of fairies, and everyone's been analyzing it and being like, is it CGI? Is it this? And it's not CGI. Like they cannot fucking find any evidence that it's CGI. So they're like saying this is actual real footage. And there's like real fairies that he catches on camera, and he tells you all these stories about the lore of the forest and people going missing and all this weird shit, right? And
Yeah.
he was the one that I first learned about the story of the mountain. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? And all of a sudden, after he tells all this stuff, he just disappears and he never came back.
Oh God. The
He
fairies
never
got
came
him.
back.
Dude, I was obsessed with fairies when I was little. I remember I had I wanted fairies to be real so bad. And I wanted to catch one so bad. I'd make like fairy traps. I had this one book. It was
Was
actually
it the one where they're squished?
Yes, where they're nude.
That's my book.
Shut up, dude.
That's my book. That's how I fell in love with fairies. My mom would actually have me sit outside on a blanket, right, in our backyard.
Oh
And
my
she
God.
would tell me to close my eyes, and I couldn't peek, right? She's like, if you peek, it's not gonna work. So I'm like 4 or 5 years old, and I'm sitting there trying so hard not to open my eyes. And then right when she'd be like, open it, she would smash the book closed. And then she'd be like, let's see what we caught. And she would open the book, and there would be a squished fairy. And I'd be like, did you count? Like, no, baby, that's just their imprints. They're fine. And I'm like, it's a fairy.
So she used that book to make you
Yeah.
think that she was catching the fair. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
what was the name of that book? I want to find that book I need to find that book now.
Oh, I have it. Hold on. I talked about it like, let me
Bro,
see.
this book was such a big part of my childhood. And I remember understanding art from a really young age too, because my mom's husband was an artist. And so there was always he was always painting. There was always photography, but like, I remember thinking even as a kid, like these fairies have no clothes on.
Yeah, right?
But
Like
like,
they've got boobs.
right. But like I understood and appreciated artwork. Like I knew that this was an artistic book. And so I got it. Oh God, I love
I
that.
actually was gonna repurchase it. I found it not too long ago. I'll probably do it in like a month or so, and if I do, I'll get it free too.
Oh
But
my God,
yeah,
send
I
me the
still
name of
have it
it
on
because I
Amazon.
dude, I have to have it again. I can't believe I don't have that book anymore. And all my moves and shit, I don't have. I should go through my mom's house and see if she has it. She always has like really weird random stuff
Dude, my
that
mom
she
lost
saved.
it. I remember I tried calling her to be like, "Where's the book?" And she's like, "It was stolen in all my storage." And I was just like, "Fuck!" So I found it. I'm looking for it right now. I took screenshots of it because I remember I was live with Street one day and I was talking about it and I wanted so badly to find it and I ended up finding it. I was just like, yes. And it was called, what was it? It was and I actually got the tarot cards too. Did you know there's tarot cards from the
No
same
way.
artist?
Yes, 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 yes.
I love that.
Yes. Ben just showed me that. Remember that book about the stinky cheese? That book? That was like another.
Yes. Oh my God.
Okay, but what is the book called?
I'm looking for it. I'm going through my screenshots right now. Give me a second.
Let's see who can find it because I'm Googling it. Oh my God, I found it.
Ah, damn it.
Lady Cottonton's
Yes.
pressed fairy book. Bruh, I'm getting it. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that so fucking wild?
And
And so
I remember loving like the way the book looked, the way it was bound. It was so regal. It was so official. It was just grown up. And I think it made me even love like journals that looked like this kind of book. Then I would get journals that look like these incredible. Actually, I have to tell you, my uncle got me the most incredible gift, and it's this handmade journal, like it's hand tied these papers, and it's bound in like suede, and it has a tie. And then he got me a fountain pen. Oh my gosh,
what? That sounds so
yeah,
cool.
but here's the thing, I've had it for a few months and like it's so beautiful and magnificent that I'm like, oh, I'm like nervous. Like whatever goes into this book has to be important. Like I've debated on when I start this journal, when I start what I put in this, what do I make this, because it's very important. I feel like if it were in, when I die and my kids find all of my journals, I mean, they're going to find the ones with like daisies and happy faces on them from seventh grade. And then they're going to find this one, they're like, ooh, this one looks important. Wonder what's in this. I don't want it to be bitching about how, Ben doesn't put the cap on the toothpaste or something. It needs to be important.
Yeah.
But yes, Lady Cottonton's press fairy book. Wow, man. I can't believe that you had that book as well. I don't know anyone else. I've never met anyone else that knows what I'm talking about with this book.
Well, see, Brian Froud was the artist, and he's the one that did a tarot. See, it's called the Fairies Oracle right here. So you can get Lady Cottonton's book for $10, and then there's Lady Cottonton's Fairy album, which is really cool. That one's like a lot older and way more rare.
Mm-hmm.
But then Brian Froud was the one that did the tarot cards, right? So it's the same fairies in tarot card form.
Okay, I have to have those too. Okay, come on. I didn't know they had tarot cards. I'm sold. That's it.
You know what's funny
Sold.
though?
What?
So I don't know how to read tarot cards, but I've always been drawn to tarot cards, right? Just because of my bloodline and everything, right? And my mom tried to teach me when I was little, and like how Barnes and Noble, or I think it was Borders. Borders had these mini versions of things. You
Yeah,
go
like
to
at the
the
checkout.
yeah. So she
Yeah.
got me a mini version of this. It was Brian Froud tarot cards that were super teeny tiny. And she's like, here, you could try to learn how to read tarot cards. So I had these little tiny versions of Brian Froud's fairies. And I would take them to school, and the way I would read people their tarot cards was I didn't let them pick it. I actually just ran my hands over the tarot cards. And this is what I do. I can't explain it. I get this feeling, this tingle. And like this, it always happens. And later on in life, I lost those, right? Because I was a kid. So I got
Mm-hmm.
the bigger version at Barnes and Noble. And I had him one day, right? And this was back when I was living by my no, I was living with my roommate, my friend Michelle. And DJ and I broke up for like the umpteenth time. And I was like so over it. I was like, what do I do? What's my future like? And the cards literally were telling me, like, if you go back to this man, you were gonna fuck your life up.
Oh
You know,
man.
you know how the squish lady with the big boobs, that one?
Yes, yes, I did.
It was
Yeah.
the card.
Oh no, that's the one that's the problem card.
I know.
Dang it. Freaking topless fairy, man.
It was cracking me up. But
Jeez,
yeah,
why does
I,
the
I
topless
lost that
fairy have
set
to bring the doom and gloom in the tarot cards? The
because she's
topless
like the
fairy,
Jezebel of the fairies.
damn, the topless fairy should be like this. Fun and answers are coming. Woohoo! Not
I
doom and
know.
gloom. That's hilarious though. And that whole tingle you described that you get when you're running your hands over tarot, that is how I do tarot. Mine feels like heat. I can feel
Yeah.
the heat on a card. This is actually how I make lineups for Ben too. Is he'll give me like the list, like, okay, here's your your players or your fighters or whatever. Make your
Yeah.
lineup. And so I'll go over all the players with my finger. Like it's comical. We'll be like sitting in a bar and it's loud in the bar and there's a lot going on. So I'll close my eyes. So I'll be sitting at the bar with his phone, closing my eyes, going over all of these like UFC fighters and goes, okay, wait, I go down, I feel heat, and then I keep going and it's cooler and I go back, okay, heat, all right, and I open my eyes, I'm like, okay, I'm going with this guy. That's the guy that's gonna win.
That is so wild. That's literally what I do, but I feel tingle. Like, okay, a couple of weeks ago, I had a friend literally trying to do betting on the horse races, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, "Hey, what should I bet? Like, which horse should I bet on?" So they sent me the list, and I'm at work, and I'm like, you know what, fuck it, whatever. So I'm like putting my finger over, and I'm like, all of a sudden I get this like overwhelming tingle, almost like the sensation, and I'm just like, oh, it's this one. He won. Then he's like, okay,
Yep.
cool. What's the next one? So I like tingle this one again, and then he keeps doing it and doing it. It's down to the very last one. And he sends it to me, but at the same time, I'm at work singing a happy birthday to a coworker in front of everyone in the kitchen. And I'm not really paying attention. So I'm just like, oh, whatever, this. And it was like one of two. And if I would have picked the other one for him, he would have won the entire thing. But I picked the wrong one because I wasn't
Uh,
paying attention.
well, that's how it happens sometimes. I remember doing that once when I was picking. It was baseball season, and Ben was telling me pick who's going to hit home runs, who's going to hit a home run. So I picked one guy, and I picked another guy, and Ben was like, "Okay, it's really funny, Ashley. You're cute that you picked this whoever the guy was. He's never hit it. Like he hasn't hit a home run in five ever. Like that's not going to happen." And he actually changed my bet. He took that player out because he said, "That's ridiculous. Like that's just a bad choice. I don't care. It's not ever going to happen." Guess who fucking hits a home run? Ben was
So,
like,
um,
he was like, yeah, that was me changing your choice. That cost me $10,000. I was like, I told you, I got the hot finger on this guy. I knew he was going to hit a home run. So I do okay on home runs, but I don't think I've done very well this season. I don't know. I think it's the universe.
I feel like are you Scottish at all? Like, is there any like lineage in your family that links back to Scottish? Like
Irish. Irish.
Irish?
Yeah, I'm Irish. My dad's family, all of my family, my aunts and uncles have all gone to Ireland because we have so much family from Ireland. Like
So what's your
my
clan history?
my clan, well, I mean, power, where that's Irish. Uh my clan history, I mean, I know the story of my family, and my dad tells this cryptic, horrifying story about, us coming over on the boats and somebody got pregnant and had an abortion, and because they had the abortion and died, they died, the baby didn't die, or the baby died and the I don't know, it cursed our family lineage. And so my dad tells these stories of doom and gloom and curse, and if she wouldn't have done that horrible thing of having that abortion, we wouldn't be the way we are. But I don't really know. I know my grandma is super into genealogy, And so she's done our entire family tree. I know I have war veterans in my past as well because I've had like visions of them, and then I've spoken to my dad about it, and then he was like, "Oh, that sounds like you're describing, so and so, so and so." So,
Yeah.
but yeah, why do you ask? What should I be looking? I mean, I'll ask my family about stories.
Oh, I'm looking it up right now because what's funny is my family, they're from Iowa, right? So everyone thought like, oh yeah, we're from like Germany and then we go back to Iowa or whatever. And I always told my mom, I'm like, Mom, I know I'm Scottish. Like, look at my nose. I'm Scottish. We have Scottish like bloodline. And she's like, no, we don't, blah, blah. And we had like the Hershey, coat of arms.
Yeah.
I finally one day was like, fuck this, I'm gonna figure it out. I found out that we go all the way back to Clan McPhee. Clan McPhee on the Scottish side is one of the most ancient clans known to history. And it is so ancient that they actually misinterpreted the translation for our clan name. So they actually say that, Clan McPhee means son of the dark fairy. And everyone's like, oh, son of the dark fairy. It's not. It's actually son of the Black Prince. And I actually translated and figured out that the Black Prince was actually a son of Scotia, Queen Scotia. So Queen Scotia was the one that came from ancient Egypt to Scotland and named Scotland and Ireland. And her mother was Nefertiti, and her father was uh, Akhenaten. The one that created monotheism.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they translate the bloodline and the whole history of Son of the Dark Fairy, it's not Son of the Dark Fairy, it's Son of the Black Prince, and that comes from the bloodline of Scotia that goes back to Nefertiti, and they are tied in with some of the most supernatural, mysterious folklore you could come across in ancient Celtic and Scottish lore, right? And
Wow.
one talks about the Selkies, where it's the Selkie woman, and if she comes to land and the man hides her tail, she's literally stuck there forever. Like, I think that's so fucking funny. And then another one talks about the ancient druids, right? So our bloodline links directly to the ancient druids and even goes back to the bloodline of fairies, like the actual fairies themselves, which are aliens, by the way. And it talks about how there was this one druid who was so in love with this one woman. She was so beautiful that he like chased her, and she didn't return the same sediment. So he ended up turning her into a fawn, and he like
Love it.
went like it's such a crazy thing. And they try to say he's like evil or whatever. It's this like druid that you don't fuck with, but it's actually Shakespeare's what's the name? Oh my God. What's the one with the witches and oh my God. What's the name? Shakespeare's story? I can't think of it right now. With the king, the asshole king.
Like there's an asshole king in all the stories.
Oh, remember the witches? There's the witches in there. Macbeth. There we go.
Macbeth. Okay.
I found out my ancestors were actually written in Macbeth.
Oh shit. That's
My
dope.
ancestor was the one who took out the evil king. And then the other half of the story is the other part of the ancestors are the witches that are foretelling what's going to happen in the story.
Wow.
So like it's some cool shit, all because they like fucked up on like the translation or whatever. But my bloodline goes back to Queen Scotia of Scotland, who was the daughter of freaking Akhenaten and Nefertiti.
Dope, man.
So like there's a lot of blood magic that goes into it. And you know how what you call it, I forgot his name right now, the asshole that came in and wiped out all the ancient druids. Oh my God, what's his name? The Roman dude. I can't remember his name right now. Anyways, he basically wiped out the ancient druids because they were the ones that had the true knowledge, and they never wrote anything down. They memorized it. It took them like 15 years to memorize. They
Yeah.
wiped them out, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, the fucking they basically did complete genocide to these people, right?" And then they
Yeah.
go and say that oh, they were sacrificial, they were murderers, they were all these like horrible people because they practice paganism. And paganism is just like Christianity is a knockoff version of paganism, if you think
Oh
about
yeah.
it. I'm not trying to
Uh-huh.
like insult anybody, but look at it. Like
Yeah.
Christmas comes from
Yep.
pagan.
Yep. They're all pagan holidays.
I know. And that's what's so wild. And they're like, yeah, we're going to tell you the history of these people that didn't write down or document anything, but we're the ones that are telling the truth. Like,
Right.
what?
Exactly. Exactly. Speaking of which, the other day I sneezed and Ben didn't say bless you. And I said, excuse me. And he goes, okay, do you want me to say bless you? Because of some pagan thing where people thought that the soul was leaving if you sneeze. Like he went along to this like whole
Exactly.
he went into this whole fucking rant. And I was like, okay, fine. That's yep.
No,
Fair
I
enough.
have that too. When I sneeze and I don't see anyone say bless you, I'm like, bless me. And I look at people like, fuck you.
Yeah, but he yeah, his point was like, okay, but you're not you're not pagan. So like what the fuck do you care? Your soul's not leaving your body. You're fine. I don't have to bless you. It was just cute. I thought it was funny.
That's funny.
Funny
Yeah,
that you brought that up too. It's
I'm kind of
hilarious.
looking into yours. I'm trying to see what yours is because
So
like
apparently with a quick search, like we come from the Norman family, like but the Power clan is Irish and some English.
that's so trippy. Yeah, no, mine goes all the way back to the last tribe of EA, which goes back to, the Anunnaki and stuff.
Yeah.
That's why it's always interesting. Oh, I saw the other day, I think I shared it. Not sure. This dude was trying to explain like basically like history, right? And how if you were to look at like one person every 100 years and go back, it would, explain a timeline. So the time of ancient Egypt and all that shit he was talking about, think going back 50 people. So like 500 years. And then you keep going. And he said if you were to go back to figure out what was it? Was it the pyramids? No, it wasn't the pyramids. I gotta send you the video because he says in order to figure out that history, you have to go back 30,000 people.
Yeah.
Like it's so fascinating because there's only a certain amount of time for like us and history and like, ancient Egypt and all that other shit. But then if you go all the way back 30,000 years, that goes all the way back to the story and the time of the Anunnaki.
Man.
And that's like one of my favorite things to do. And you know what's so trippy? So you know how you said you had dreams about your ancestors?
Yeah.
The whole reason I was able to figure this shit out is because I had a dream about one of my ancestors, but I was the ancestor in the dream, right? And I was protecting this blue stone.
Mm.
And I remember I was somewhere in a desert being forced to follow. And there was like, it was, what do you call them? It was like the time of like ancient Greece or whatever. I don't know. They had like oh my God, they're not the priest. What are they called? What are they called? My brain's not working right today. The
I don't know what you're trying to say. Not the priest, but the what?
Not the priest, the one that wears the hat in the Vatican.
The Pope.
There we go. A pope. The Pope. The Pope was bad. The Pope was very bad. He had his little army. I was the protector of something. All of a sudden they slash my throat and they take it. And I
Jeez.
lay in the sand dying. And I'm
Oh,
like, yeah, and I'm all sitting there thinking, like, what the fuck? And I kept saying, I woke up, I swear to you, Ash, I woke up saying the blue stones of Jerusalem, blue stones of Jerusalem. And I'm like, what in the fuck is this? Right. So I call my mom the next day. I'm like, Mom, are we Jewish? And she's like, what? And I'm like, I had this really, really weird dream. Like, it didn't even feel like a dream. And
she's probably like, no, I thought you said you thought you were Scottish.
no, this is before. This is before I
Okay.
got all this. This is what's so
Okay.
trippy. So it drove me crazy for years trying to figure this out because I was like, Mom, are we Jewish? And she's like, no, we're not Jewish. And I'm like, well, I had this dream and I kept repeating these like blue stones of Jerusalem. And she's like, that's cute. Good, good, good. Wonderful story, dear. Like, never fucking listening, right?
Yeah.
And it like fucking plagued me for years. I didn't understand it. And then one day I come across this book and it's called The Lost Tribe of EA. And I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, right? I'm just like drawn to this book. And it's this historian slash researcher who spent his entire life trying to crack the fucking code of midday blue apples. And I'm like, oh, what's midday blue apples? This is fascinating. And he talks about how the blue stones are the stones that you would know as like the stones of destiny from like, Scotland, Ireland, and all that lore and all that shit. And
Yeah.
then the staff of Moses, it's a key, right? So the blue stones are supposed to be put in the staff to create this key of like power for the Anunnaki. And it's talking about all this shit. Well, long story short, I found out my bloodline, the women in my bloodline were the actual guardians of these blue stones. And
Mm,
these stones are midday blue apples.
wow.
Yeah, so I was it took fucking years to figure all this stuff out and like slowly like connect it and everything. But yeah, my bloodline was literally we were the women were the guardians of the blue stones. And I dreamt one night that I was guarding one of the stones and I was murdered for it from the Pope. And you go more into the history of what this person was writing about. And he talks about the Pope murdering all these people and the ancient druids and all this other shit. And how they hid the stones in the art of the midday blue apples at Chateau Rouennais, Roslyn Chapel. The other story of the little town I drove through that was created by the Templars. Like it's all linked to it.
Yeah.
So it's like when I say, "Oh yeah, I get a tingle and I have this," or I am like really good and I like shit fucking sometimes happens when I know it's gonna happen, just like you. So I'm like, we've got to have some type of link or something because it's fascinating.
Well, I think you're right, and I think these things do happen, and I think that we have family members, ancestors. I like to think about what I would do after my time here on Earth. Like, and if I could be helping or guiding or protecting and watching over, I'm quite nosy. So I know that, I'm going to be nosy about what my kids are doing and what their kids are doing. So if you can be helpful during that time, I think you would be. And so when we have these kinds of dreams, I do believe that when you have dreams, your ancestors are speaking to you, or your relatives that have passed on. If they visit you, it is them. I think that is the time that they visit you and they give you messages and special things. And those dreams are super important. And when
Well,
you
do you
dream about,
believe in like reincarnation?
yeah, I do. Yeah,
So
because I
like,
know I was a hippie. I totally was a hippie, and I made Birkenstocks cool because that's something I would do. So yeah, totally.
well, what's fascinating is like, how I've been obsessed for so many years with this rabbit hole and everything.
Yeah,
Well, the troubadours have been like holding a secret and not to like keep it from people, but it's a secret that's meant to be discovered. Like once you know this information, you've earned it, right?
yeah.
And
Then you can know it.
the one thing that I never could understand for a while is all the stories of these women that I kept finding and linking to. So like you've got Nefertiti, you have Scotia, you've got Medusa. Medusa is probably one of my all-time favorite stories.
Bro, I
You've
had
got
I had like sorry to interrupt. You'll continue in a second, but I had recurring Medusa dreams for like 2, 3 years as a kid. So that's it. Continue on.
Well, see, Medusa is the guardian of knowledge from Minerva. You know how Minerva represents knowledge and Medusa is the guardian, but then the lore behind it is that Minerva was Athena, sorry. Athena was the one that turned Medusa into the monster that she is.
Yeah.
That's not the true story. She's the guardian of the knowledge, right? And her secret is the story that the church doesn't want us to know, in my opinion. Like I have to say in my opinion, because people.
Yeah.
But like one day I was going through all these different stories and like women's names I kept finding over and over and over again. And I'm like, what connects them? And then I discovered that it's all forbidden love. It's like a forbidden love story, right? They're not allowed to love this person. And then I finally connected all of it and it went back to the Pleiades. And you know how on Fenn's Once Upon a While, the cover is the Pleiades and then it continuously keeps going. Like every time you ever look into history in any type of religion, any type of tribe, any timeline, it's always the Pleiades. Well, there's the story of the seven sisters. And one of them, the most interesting one that I've ever been drawn to as a little girl, my mom used to tell me a story when I was little, was Merope. Merope was the tiniest sister, the youngest sister, and she was punished for falling in love with a human, right? And that's why they say, because she's like the alien princess, whatever you want to call it, from the stars.
Hmm.
And she was the one that created humans. That's what they say. Like she was behind the creation of humans. And she basically did the most sacrilegious thing by falling in love with a human and having a baby. So, you know how I told you the troubadours, they hide shit and like poetry and all this other stuff? Well, Edgar Allan Poe was a troubadour. And one of the last things he actually ever wrote was Annabel Lee, right? And everyone's like, oh, it's such a sad portrait song, blah, blah, blah. Well, this is the thing. The way troubadours hide information is by the secret is decoded in the woman, the name, right?
Right.
And Annabel Lee actually translates to mean from the stars. And it's the story of Merope and how she was punished for falling in love with a human that she created. And so they got rid of her. That's the story of Medusa. That's all of it. And that's how you have the bloodline of kings, which you would know as the Anunnaki.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
And what's the coolest part of all these different renditions, right? Because of reincarnation, it goes throughout history. The same story repeats. My favorite one is the Queen of Sheba. You know how the Queen of Sheba had romantic ties to Solomon? You know, King Solomon?
Yes.
Well, King Solomon is the biggest thing that pops up in this rabbit hole that I've been going down for fucking 14 years. And everyone's like, okay, well, the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon had a secret in their knowledge and their bloodline and blah, blah, blah. Guess what the name of the Queen of Sheba was?
What was it? The name
Candace.
from the- No, shut up.
Seriously, I'm not even kidding.
I love it. I love it so much.
So it's like you've got all these different like historical figures and stories and all
You've
these things.
mentioned your connection to this, and now I'm glad I get to hear the entire historical background story.
I mean, I think I went down more deeper into it, and it was on Streets Channel, and it had
No,
like
I love it. No, it makes sense. You did it justice. I love it. I think it's cool.
Well, it's so cool too because the poem that Edgar Allan Poe wrote about Annabel Lee is how she was punished and she was ripped away from her love, you know, by the sounding sea. Well, the story is that Medusa was raped by Poseidon, right? And then Athena, out of jealousy, basically punished her and turned her into the Gorgon. Like, you got my love by the sounding sea and how the village people take her away from him or whatever and then they kill her and it's the sea. It's because it's the retelling of the story of Medusa.
Yeah,
It's so cool. And then what's
it
even
is.
cooler
Another
is you
layer
know
of the
how
onion.
well you know how I'm obsessed with etymology and everything because of Fenn?
Yeah.
When we went to Roslyn Chapel, we were like driving on the way there and I was like, hey, I want to go down this little rabbit hole. This is fascinating. Well, Roslyn actually translates, so Roslyn Chapel itself translates to mean head of the Gorgon.
Oh,
And when we were there, I was like walking around and you know how they have like the tour people that like explain to you about the history
yeah.
of the place and everything?
Yeah.
My dumbass is like, hey, so where's Medusa? And they're like, excuse me? I'm like, it's called Head of the Gorgon. So where's, you know, Medusa? Where's the Gorgon? And she's like, there's no Gorgon here. I've worked here for blah, 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 blah. There's nothing there. And I'm walking around for 5 minutes and I walk right up to it. I'm like, is that not a Gorgon? It was literally carved into the wall.
Oh my gosh.
So when you look up the back history on Roslyn Chapel, there's so much lore and it's all associated with the Knights Templar that people are so convinced that the Ark of the Covenant's actually there. Like you could go all these stories, everyone's like they're guarding something, which is true. I actually found the exact spot where it's all locked up and you can't go. And there was this one part in the very like it wasn't a basement, but we went down to the very lowest level that you're allowed. And like you walk in and kind of like a blank room with all this like cement or it's not cement, like I don't know what the fuck it was back then, but it was this weird material and it was basically empty and bare. And then there's like these carvings on the wall. There was like the Knights Templar cross, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And then there's a spot where it's like, do not enter. And I'm like, but I need to find the missing piece of the puzzle and the reason why I'm here. So I'm like, fuck it. And I go over where you're not supposed to go, right? And I find the piece I was looking for, But at the very same time I do this, I all of a sudden feel like I fucking can't breathe, Ash, and I feel like I'm dying and I'm like having a fucking panic attack. And I like
Weird.
automatically take myself out. And I'm like, literally, it's almost like if I was drinking or something, you know how I'm like, oh, my heart hurts, I can't breathe or whatever. It was just like that. And I started to like have a panic attack and I couldn't breathe until I fucking got out of there and I walked out of the castle.
Wow.
Yeah. And then when I found that piece, I was able to apply it to the other piece from Chateau Renez. And that's what created the riddle that you can find in that little town I wanted to go into. So
That's crazy.
yeah, so the chapel in Paris or France, sorry, the chapel in France had the one verse. Then Rosslyn Chapel had the second verse. And then if you go into the town that was created by the Knights Templar, the lore gives you the full verse.
Wow. That
So
makes a lot
that's,
of sense.
huh?
That makes a lot of sense.
Well, what's fascinating too is the riddle, once it's put together, actually gives you the story of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
Canvas.
It's not just like Candace. It's I haven't been able to complete all of it because I get distracted really easily. I go down like so many rabbit holes, it's ridiculous. But then I'll like go down a rabbit hole again, and then something will happen where it connects to that piece. So I'm like, okay, I'm back down here. But yeah, when I started working on that riddle from that town, that is both of those chapels combined, that gives you the story of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. And the story of Solomon is the bloodline of Solomon that links back to Parzival. And the secret bloodline or the protectors of the bloodline from the troubadours is actually protecting the bloodline of Solomon. So, like,
Mm.
right when you read the book Parzival, the intro, Wolfram von Echternbach, he's the troubadour, the knight, he tells you that this is actually a story that was put together to protect the bloodline of Solomon because there was this I forgot the name right now. It's been a while since I talked about it. There's like two figures. One passes down the information. The other one was in a library in Toledo, Spain, and he found these scrolls by this mysterious anonymous alchemist, right? Slash astronomer. And he says that he comes from the bloodline of Solomon, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and it goes back to the bloodline of Christ and stuff, right? And it talks about how it's like this bloodline is used to read the stars to be able to tell the future, right? And this is where the whole Nostradamus thing gets into play.
Yeah.
So it says that if you could like figure out the puzzle within this book, it'll lead you to secret knowledge and schools of the bloodline of Solomon. And then what's even more interesting is later on when I discovered that the lost book of Nostradamus was discovered in the secret library of the Vatican. That book talks about how Nostradamus says he comes from the bloodline of Solomon. And Solomon came from the bloodline of the Oracle of Delphi. Oracle of Delphi was the one that did the prophecies for Cleopatra and Alexander the Great.
Okay.
So it's like it's so much. Cleopatra's another version of, the story of the woman for Merope, for Medusa, for Aphrodite, like Athena, like there's so many different retellings and different variations of her
Yeah,
story.
all saying the same thing.
Yeah, all saying the same thing. And so what's fascinating is it's telling you this puzzle saying it's King
Right.
Solomon and Queen of Sheba, and they had a baby, and that's the bloodline that you follow
Right.
going. And I'm
Well,
like, it's
it's
just
all
so fucking
it,
wild.
these stories hidden within stories. And where do we see this pattern but in the chase as well? Stories hidden
Well,
within stories. It is only after you're researching and you're looking and you're digging that you find, wow, maybe this story is very similar to this other story. So maybe the real story is a story, but this story is taking place. You know what I'm saying? It gets very convoluted very quickly, but fascinating.
well, what's interesting too is the reason why I like started to go back into looking to the Pleiades was because of Fenn, right? And what's even cooler is that when you look at the stars that he put on Once Upon a While, it's actually the Pleiades, and the star that he's catching is the star for the Fisher King. Literally, if you look
Yes.
into it, it's called Accolone or something like that. That's the Fisher King.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about this before.
So it's like there's so much evidence like all over that Fenn like leads you to, but then there's like hundreds of years of history that goes back to like the Medicis, and Nostradamus was super close and one of the family friends of the Medicis. And the
Right.
Medici, Catherine Medici, was the one that saved him from being killed and branded a martyr, or not a martyr, a heretic, right? And Nostradamus was the one who was the alchemist. And if he wanted to hide information for people like within plain sight, he would write like a fucking pointless story. But then if you could decode it, it would tell you the actual information you needed to know. And he marked it with the cross of Lorraine, just like what Fenn does. Fenn uses the cross of Lorraine to tell you there's something there hidden between, like, read between the lines.
Yeah.
So like there's just so much that goes into it. It's so cool. And I probably will never be done understanding this rabbit hole.
Yeah, probably not, but it sure is fascinating and it's fun and you're learning so many things that you would have never ever ever felt the need to look up and research and I think that's pretty cool too. So I'm here for all of it. It's fun to have all of this stuff to talk about. Having said that, I did have to pick a child up from a sleepover last night because they were sick at 2:30 in the morning. So
No.
it's 10:15 now. I'm fading. So
Oh
I'm gonna
no.
get off and get ready for bed and wash my face. But I got to say, I enjoyed hearing all this and hearing your stories and more of your research. And please, please, please um, post or send me the genealogy that you've done. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I'll have to go into my emails and look for it. But you know what you need to do?
Hmm.
You need to order the Smash Book Fairy.
Oh my
Smoochie.
gosh. Okay. Okay. Yes. And as soon as I get off, before I forget, before I go to bed, I'm going to order Lady Covington's pressed fairy book because that is something I've thought about you don't know how many times over the years. And I'm so glad we talked about it tonight. That was cool.
Yes. Let me know when you get it. I just ordered mine.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was trying to order one while I was on your stream and then it was no longer available. So I think that you got the copy I was trying to order. So then I had to go order it somewhere else, but I'm gonna get it.
Which one? The Amazon one?
Yeah.
I think I
Was
saw
that
three
you?
of them on there.
Huh?
I think I saw three of them on there.
Oh, okay. Well, no, there's plenty. They have a bunch of different sellers, but I don't know. I just thought that was a coincidence. It reminded me of like trying to buy eBay items from Shiloh. But
That's
no,
funny.
I
Oh
love that
yeah,
we're
did
like,
he update that?
um, I think he's posted some stuff recently, but nothing new today.
I loved how he was like, what should I put up for, an option? And Ben's like saying all the like really expensive stuff, and he's like, hey, I'm trying to think of something that like people can afford. And so you're like marbles, and I'm like coins.
I said beads.
Oh, you said the beads?
I said beads, yeah.
Wait, so are the beads the same as the marbles?
Well, I mean, what kind of were your marbles beads? Is marbles another word for beads?
I think it might be. I'm not sure. It's like the little flower, right? Like where they're painted with little flowers.
No, I was thinking about the ones that were shown in like the scrapbook, like the big hunk of like that was just like strands and strands of beads.
I can't remember what those ones look like because when I went into his vault, he gave me the little marble. It's like I think it is a bead actually because it may have been like on a bracelet or something, maybe. But I know, so he gave me one of the pirate coins from the sunken ship that they discovered, that Creighton discovered. Then he gave me the little prayer thingy from that church over by him.
Yeah,
And then he gave me the little marble bead thing.
cool. That's awesome.
So I think if Shiloh could give that as an option for people to have, I think that'd be really cool.
I think it'll be very cool. I think it's cool to have these things, especially things we've seen or talked about or seen pictures of. I think all of it's cool.
Oh, and then also the Sacagawea coins that he had like a treasure trove of in his little chest on his desk.
Yeah, yeah,
I have that too. That would be cool for people to have.
that would be.
But he probably need to like show provenance for it. I never got provenance. I was just like, hey, I went Fenn's vault and he gave it to me.
Well, he handed it to you. I mean, and that's really what it's more about anyway. It's not like you're gonna
Exactly.
turn around and sell them. You have them and they're treasured items and you'll keep them, and that's why it matters. So nothing else really matters aside from that.
Yeah.
All right, woman, I'm gonna go wash my face. It was fun hanging out and chatting with you. Good night to everyone that's left with us in chat. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, night, love
All
you.
right. Have a good night. Love you. Bye.
Bye.